Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the WD BLACK Esports Club Pro League 4 Rainbow Six Siege, supported by Ubisoft, here with their host Blackjack and my co-host Baba Gusta and our admin Eisen. As we are here for not divisions, excuse me, Season 4 Qualifiers, Day 2, going live on your screens with 3 very exciting stream matches and 1 returning face as well. Nevermind Esports will be taking on Oblivion Esports, a new face in the qualifiers, going live on your screens in just a short moment. Clubhouse will be the map of choice. As it goes, we like to see Clubhouse every now and again, even though it is repeated quite often, all things considered. And in fact, let's join our players in the ban phase of the match itself, going live on your screens right now with Oblivion Esports on defense. With the first ban of the night, they will decide to ban the Nomad, taking her off the board nice and quickly for the attackers. Nomad, standard ban, all things considered, not essentially for Clubhouse. You usually see Thatcher Maverick ban combo or even a Thatcher Hibana ban combo. Speaking of which, Maverick will be banned from the side of Nevermind Esports. So that's your runouts, flank coverage operator taken care of. Gridlock will probably be seen a little bit more often than if Nomad were left in play. And Maverick, of course, we all know why. He can simply bypass all kinds of electrical denial or, otherwise signal denial from mute jammers. And with the Maverick already gone, we're going to see a Melusi ban from the side of Nevermind Esports, deciding that the attackers don't need to be slowed down. And Melusi herself isn't an operator that Nevermind Esports seems to really make their team around. So with her off the board, we're going to have the final ban of the night. Oblivion Esports will decide to ban Mira. Fairly standard bans, all things considered. Nomad, Maverick, Melusi, Mira. And with that, the ban phase has been concluded. We're about to head into round 1, of course. But not before we have a look and introduce both of the rosters that are here in the lobby for us today. From the side of Nevermind Esports, we've got, as we've always known, Moose Beam, a new face, Dracer, Warlord, and Ombut Swaha. And from the side of the defense, we've got Anthrax, Flamies, I have no idea how to pronounce that name. Wood for I guess. Rodo and ASAD. Basement Church and Arsenal will be the site of choice. We got a six pick out of the IQ into the Amaru. Interesting decision. Round one will be underway, and I've kept the man from the mic long enough. Baba, how do you do on this fine evening?
I'm doing absolutely great, Jack, and also very exciting for Season 4 qualifiers phase to start up here. And talking about the player here from the castle on the side of Oblivion Esports, I believe it's pronounced as Woody. Woody as in woodpecker. Would I? Yeah, would I? Would you, Jack? Would you or would I?
That is a question that remains to be answered. Although, would I be the one to answer that question? Is the real question here. I don't think I would. So, Baba, over to you.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of questions that we are going to be able to see it answered from both of these teams here, as the prep phase will come to an end. An unfortunate disconnect will come in on the side of Oblivion as Assad unfortunately leave the game, making it a 4v5 situation already. Interesting, now we'll be able to see Warlord with the Amaru's Gara hook, so maybe we might be able to see some aggressive entryway towards a particular building, maybe towards on construction, maybe try to use the Gara hook to get an instant access towards logistics, but we're about to find out for now. Gudai, on the other hand, will be able to make a very fast reinforcements in towards construction, as Anthrax is still in the tunnel with the deployable shield. Keep that in mind, that is the Goyo's Vulcan shield. So even if the attackers do get the control on towards on tunnel, they still need to wait for a total of 10 or 12 seconds so that they'll be able to get in towards the side. Keep that in mind, the site is in basement church, so it will be a bit difficult for Normandy Esports to try to get control of this situation. Now you still have Umbatswaha with the Hibana's Exkyros pellets to be able to open up those hatch without being able to deal with the impact needs due to her recent rework. This time, it actually gets denied right from the hallway itself from Robo. A very, I wouldn't say Robo, it was from a particular Rodo. Yes, Rodo. Very impressive plays coming in from them as well. So the main focus for the attackers is to get the control of logistics, because there's a total of two players who are trying to make sure that they won't open up the kitchen hatch. Warlord and Dracer will be the one to try to hunt down those two defenders. But will it happen? We are about to find out.
Most certainly, Warlord's going to go in on C2 window and get taken out by the visual. Good shot by Roto right there. However, Woodeye is going to get taken down by Moose. A retaliation comes in on second floor. But is it too little, too late, is the question at hand. Only the castle has gone down. And while ASAD disconnected earlier in the round itself, Nevermind Esports have had plenty of trouble dealing with the roamers of Oblivion. And Roto currently trying to make his way back towards site or go for some sort of miraculous flank is the real, ticking time bomb, if you will. Ombatsa going for a shot, not going to find anybody. Anthrax does take a bit of damage, deals a bit of damage back, excuse me, right there. But no harm, no foul to either side. With 40 seconds remaining, while Nevermind Esports have the man advantage, they're not going to be able to get into sight if they keep this up. And Roto's going to make sure it's going to be that much harder by finding one more. Moose goes down, and he's going to find another one. That is Dracer taken care of. Terrible push right there from the Thermite. Not sure, from the Ash, excuse me. Not sure what she was thinking, but with that kill confirmed, the Flamies gets another one. Beam goes down, and it's all down to Om Bud Swap. Position given away will find the visual, and a good shot it is from the Hibana's Type 89, pushing in towards Church. Could go for the plant, but doesn't even have the diffuser. That's going to make it that much harder, and she won't be able to get any kills at all. Anthrax makes sure of that. And with Ombatsa falling, we're going to see the first round go the way of Oblivion, as we'll see in the instant replay right there. Round two will be underway. Good first round, all things considered, from Oblivion Esports, given that they did have quite the trouble with ASAD disconnecting earlier in the match itself. And, now that he's back, hopefully Oblivion can perform just a little bit better on CCTV. They most certainly would like to, as their roam game was all right, but Nevermind Esports need to work on their roam clear. Going for that hard breach on to kitchen without clearing second floor, with the castle and the visual still up there, didn't exactly give them much to work with, wasted even more of their time than should have been possible in that situation, and they ended up losing the round itself. Oblivion Esports take round one. CCTV will be their side to defend, and the second round is underway.
Well, round two, talking about it now, mind esports, their main focus is to try to eliminate the players who are trying to roam. We did get to see that in the previous round, just like Jack pointed it out. Trying to eliminate two players in towards logistics, making sure that the hatch will be open towards on hatch, cost a lot of time for Nomad esports to even get towards the side. They couldn't even take out the boys' Vulcan shield in towards tunnel. And we're going to be seeing Assad taking a bit of a damage there from the impacts from the Wumai. Unfortunately, he will be reduced to a total of 50 HP. That does not look too well there for Oblivion Esports, but we've seen them win a miraculous plays, especially from the Vigil in the previous rounds. Will we be able to see the same thing yet again? Going to see when the action phase comes in. Tracer yet again with the Ash. She has her drones in towards the stocks, so she'll be able to give vital information to their team, and also Umbat Swaha using the Skyros Palace to open up that line of sight. And also, according to the ban phase, they haven't banned Thatcher, so why not? We'll be able to pick the Thatcher's EMP. The Thermite's extra charge will arrive and also succeed taking it out. Should give them the instant access of CCTV. Now, their main focus is to eliminate Anthrax in towards Garage, so they'll be able to go in for the plant and make sure they'll be able to take out those C4s right from below in towards the lounge. It is a very a difficult job for them because they only have 2 minutes time for them to do so. With Umbatswa already repelled in towards the second floor gym roof. It's just I believe they're just making yet another entrance. I believe that would be in towards construction. No, they actually used it towards the hatch, I believe. Not quite sure where Thermite just used it, but that will provide some entryways. Maybe he used it in towards logistics room. Yes, obviously he would use it towards logistics room to get an instant access in towards the construction, so they'll be able to go for a fully frontal split push, two pushing in CCTV, two pushing in construction, and then try to eliminate those players one by one.
Well, that kind of offensive push, while certainly effective, needs some work to be pulled off correctly. Warlord is going to take some damage from a gunfight he's taking elsewhere. Has unfortunately flashed himself, sends out another one, but Assad is here, and he's actually going to go down, missing his shots on the Hibana. The IQ comes in to take him off. So many operators trying to push that one person, and Anthrax will finally fall to Warlord, who gets his double. Roto takes a bit of damage. He's trying to do some fighting on the first floor, it seems. Currently unsuccessful at getting a kill, and he will in fact be taken off the board. Woodeye comes in. Can he find one? Yes, he does. The Hibana goes down, but is it too little, too late? It most certainly could be. It's only him and Flamies after all. He's going to get a second one. No, he won't. Tracer will down, and it's all down to the last man standing, but a double C4 comes in from Flamies to deny the plant. One kill is confirmed, but now it's only Tracer and Beam against a very much rooted inside of sight Kaid. Beam is very much afraid of a push coming in, but he knows that the C4 has been used up, so Flamies will have to push up instead, and Tracer's here for cover. Comes in, gets the kill. Good watch right there, as we will see from the instant replay going live on your screens right now. Good second round from the side of Nomad Esports, at least I would like to say so. If they, they sort of got away with a few mistakes, especially towards Garage. You don't exactly expect a full team push through Garage catwalk to work. It did. They managed to get control of Garage, but unfortunately, going into site, there was a double C4 waiting for them. Flamies made sure of that. However, that was not enough to get the round in their favor. Second floor CCTV will be the site that we are returning to from the side of the defense, as Oblivion are now 1-for-1 equalized going into the third round.
I just like how Oblivion picks Castle most of the time. You don't get to see Castle being picked on a map like Clubhouse. Maybe if it is a heavy extended roam, more of like an SSG roam, especially on towards Basement Church, you might see a Castle being picked because his armor panels provide some good cover in towards the bar room. Interestingly enough, we do see Oblivion still picking up the Castle, making sure that he'll be able to have some good angles, good rotations in towards a particular building. Maybe he might make a rotation in towards the stock as well as on towards on bar. So we'll be able to get those kills without having to deal with any aggression coming in from Nomad Esports. But for now, already the scores has been tied 1-1. One Invest Nomad Esports won a side on second floor CCTV, and Oblivion Esports are back at it again in the same side in round 3. Will we see a major change? Will we see some change in strats? That I can definitely assure you, ladies and gentlemen. With the castle already opening up the stocks hatch, I believe we might be able to see some roam games coming in on the side of Oblivion Esports. Woody already using his second armor panel into towards construction, I believe. Actually, it is from the main entrance. They did open up the barricade again, in which Warlord takes one gladly, eliminating Rodo. With the Vector SMG being eliminated, it will be difficult as the early kill comes in on the side of Nomad Esports. That is big for the attackers to make their play, and that too in the early rounds. So they'll be able to drone it out, check to see which weakness they have at that particular site, and try to pressure them to hopefully get that win. They still have a lot of time. They could be able to go for the drone works. Thatcher is here with the BMP, and so does the Thermite with the exothermic charge to open up the wall in towards CCTV. Whereas the Ash still in towards stock, not very sure that she has information in towards lounge, so she needs to be extra careful and start pushing slowly and slowly. And talking about Nomad Esports, I believe they're going to do the same thing yet again. Tracer still thinking of going in towards the garage catwalk, tries to contest the player in towards the catwalk in which Anthrax is in. He has that ADS. Tracer needs to be careful, but I mean, to be honest, I don't actually have to say to Tracer to be careful. He'll be able to get one kill, but an instant refrag will come in from Assad immediately, making it a 4v3 situation.
A good kill by Tracer, but unfortunately he got refragged by the Jaeger, still on bottom garage. Somehow allowed to play there as the castle is going to try and go in for a swing on first floor stocks. But Swaha has seen this, and he's going to be playing this carefully because he might be, manning the UMP, but even in the right hands, the UMP is a force to be reckoned with. Drones at the castle one more time is going to push up from the looks of it. Will he get the kill though is the question, and it looks like he won't. Tons of shots being missed. Bearing 9 comes out, but there we go. But Swaha gets the final kill onto that one, and the Blackbeard finds another. Assad goes down, and there goes the Kaid inside of red. Moose comes in from the breach, gets the final kill of the round, as we will see in the instant replay. And with that, another round goes the way of Nevermind Esports. Some tells me that bringing in the Blackbeard may have just helped them out in that situation, given that Warlord took a couple of important kills, one of which I don't think he would have survived had he not been playing the operator with the infamous face shield. Basement Church now unlocked for the side of Oblivion. We're going to be headed back down to the lower depths of Clubhouse, and with the score being 2-1, Nevermind are now in a little lead. It's a small lead. It's the early game after all, but a lead nonetheless. Something that they can work off of and gain momentum on. Once they're able to do that, they will most certainly make good on what we have seen them do before. They were in the division stages from Division Season 1 through 3 in Division 3, excuse me, right there. Unfortunately, they had their ups and their downs, and Season 3 was not exactly the best season for them. That's why we find them back here in the Season 4 qualifier, seeing them a little bit earlier than I guess anyone expected when it comes to how Season 3 was unfolding in its early stages. Regardless, all the best goes out to them, Nevermind Esports. If they are going to be able to make it back, they're going to have to beat Oblivion, who stands between them and the next round of qualifiers. Oblivion, of course, doesn't want to get eliminated back into Season 5 qualifiers, where they would have to try again by re-registering for the final season of the league. But even then, even if they go down, they'll go down trying. They have certainly shown us that much. Action phase has already begun. Round 4 is underway, and we're already seeing the extended roam with the castle from the side of Oblivion Esports. This time, there's a Jaeger out to play.
Well, not just Jaeger, the Womai will also be brought in here from Oblivion, and that means in Tunnel, there will be that deployable shield with 3 ADSs and a lot of magnets that would give good protection with that deployable shield. But their main focus here from Nomad Esports is to remove the roamers, in which Rodo needs to be careful though. He needs to be careful with his with the scanner, in which it's about to deplete for a second there, but Assad is going to get the early kill instantly. Beam goes down, unfortunately, and that too was a very important kill. The Thatcher has been eliminated. No more of those EMPs to deny those utilities, as Rodo will be able to see one. Doesn't get the perfect shot just yet. The Dracer will be able to find 3 players, and we should be able to get one, making it a 4v4. Dracer gets the first frag, but he seems to find 2 more in towards bar. The pre-fire will come in. He tries to go for that wall bang. Will it work out? No, it does not. Assad still survives, patiently waiting for Dracer to make her move, but still needs to they need to be careful of the jackal tracks in which Warlord is currently doing at that specific moment. Rodo will just fall back for now, as Assad still in towards the bar trying to contest. He's been cornered by 2 players on the side of Nomad Esports, and Dracer is going to gladly get that kill. Assad is going to go down, making it a 4v3 with Rodo falling back in towards the side. It would have been better for Assad to go back to the side as well, but this time no. We do see Rodo in the flank watch yet again, in towards the lounge this time. That's exactly where Dracer gets his kill. Patiently waiting, but it's not going to work out well. The Jackal track scan will come in, giving vital information on where exactly the Vigil's location is. Rodo just trying to bait it out. The pre-fires will come in from the Vigil's K1A and will force to go in towards the stairs. He doesn't have info. Well, now he has. The Jackal tracks will be able to give one last information, but still he still has 2 more. He'll be able to give a good amount of information with those footprints, and he's going to make sure that the roamer won't be taken out. The roamer will get taken out instantly. 30 seconds left. The defenders, especially Rodo, is actually making a good job here, wasting a lot of time to try to hunt this roamer, but they haven't got control on the site just yet. They haven't opened up the tunnels. They are not pushing in towards the tunnel. They're mainly focusing on towards the side, in which they're about to do now. But Rodo might be able to find one in towards the kitchen. He just needs the perfect head off the Hibana, and she'll be able to find it, but loses that gunfight. But here comes Booz. It's going to go in for the plan in towards the basement arsenal room. Will it get denied? No, it does not. Nomad Esports has successfully put this in a post-plan situation. C4 will come to play needs to make that vertical line of sight. Can he get the kill? Will be able to deal some damage, but unfortunately cannot get the kill. The entire attackers in towards the church. They just need to make their final hold, in which Ombat Swaha in towards the kitchen hatch will be able to get the final kill, winning round 4 basement church. As we proceed to the next round, round 5, this team is promising, Jack, because as I remember in the previous season, season 3, I believe, where Nomad Esports were not up to the task, being eliminated out of the tournament, and now they're trying their luck in season 4. I believe this might be the time where Nomad Esports make a move. Will it happen, or will you see Oblivion Esports make a comeback? We're about to find out, as the site will be on CCTV room yet again in round 5.
Well, interestingly enough, just for a second there, we saw a brief flash of second floor gym pop up from Oblivion's site pick. Unfortunately, we won't be seeing Jim come out from them just yet. They want to go back to CCTV. They want to try again, even though despite coming close on one occasion, they weren't able to quite clinch the round out because, of course, they had only 1 player remaining, and Flamies, despite that double C4, couldn't do much more than that. This time around, however, they might just have something in plan. They've got the Ella in play from Wood-Eye. This very interesting decision. You don't really get to see Ella too much, but given that second floor on Clubhouse can have plenty of smaller gaps for close-range gunfights, the Scorpion can be an absolute shredder in those situations. So having that gun in hand, not the worst idea in the world, but then again, some could argue that in close-quarter situations, the shotgun is better overall. Again, it's all down to personal preference. I personally prefer the shotgun, but then sometimes it doesn't quite work because of Clubhouse. Some, having some slightly longer sight lines. Action phase already beginning in the 5th round from the side of Nomad Esports. They are very strong right now, all things considered. 3-1 being the scoreline. Oblivion not exactly looking too great, as we're gonna have drones coming in, spotting one of the roamers. That's the Ella on first floor. The mine goes out. Dracer a little apprehensive about pushing this. Would I? Got good control towards stocks, at least for the time being. Drones are distracting the Ella, but no support is coming in for the Ash. Dracer has pretty much been left to his own devices, and it's going to be very interesting to see how he goes about that situation. Kite charges with EMD, and the main breach will come up from moves, bringing out the thermite as well. No ace from the side of NVM from what we've seen so far, as Woodeye takes care of another drone, and the Ella's gonna push out towards the stock stairs and lounge area. Slightly giving away her position with that move. Tons of noise being made as flashbangs will come out, but Woodeye has since moved out of stocks. I don't think they know this. Grace is going to go in, set off the burst mod, and get his head taken care of. And meanwhile, can he get two? Yes, he can. 2 kills confirmed for Woodeye, as that will be Oblivion starting things off very well. A third one as well on the main door, and that is the Scorpion, like I said, shredding away the opponents.
Scorpion Eber doing its work for Woodeye, as he will get the information on the diffuser. Beam will start to push in, but he's going to be the one winning that gunfight, shutting Ella down of her 3k. Able to get the kill, but the damage already been done here. Warlord in towards the CCTV window. Try to make some moments. He has drone works. He also has the jackal scans to find out where exactly a particular player is, but unfortunately he doesn't find any footprints in towards CCTV. Now, Yadra has 2 options: pushing towards construction and get in towards the cache, but I don't think that's going to happen here. Assad will be able to eliminate Warlord instantly, and there goes a beam as well with the SMG-11. Oblivion Esports, after 3 rounds of not being able to win their defense, they'll be able to finally win the site on second floor CCTV. As we take a look at it in the instant replay, we now proceed to round 6, the final first half, where the site will be on Basement Church and Asrum. And talking about how Oblivion plays, though, we did not just like Jack pointed out, we don't see any shotgun operators being played here from the defenders, because most of the time, shotguns are used to make rotations. Crouch rotations may be a good angle way in towards cash room that can be able to hold an angle in towards the garage catwalk. We don't see them do it much more often. Instead, they use the C4s to make that to make that rotate, which the defenders are kind of losing quite a lot of opportunities here. It would have been better if they did bring in some intel operators like a Maestro or a Valkyrie, but this time winning it out on second floor CCTV is a good thing for Oblivion Esports, because if they do win one more, the score would be equalized, making it 3-3, in which it's almost like a hard reset, though, because in the second half, the only difference is that the side will be changed, where Oblivion Esports will be on attack, and this is where we'll be able to see how well that they'll be able to fend off Nomad Esports' defense. Maybe how add some nade plays or some good intel coming in from the attackers, who knows. But for now, let's just focus on this round. For now, action phase will proceed. Round 6, the site is on Basement Church. They brought in 2 hard breaches, the Ivana from Ombatswaha and Moose with the thermite. My major guess, thermite will be using his the exothermic charge to open up the tunnels, and then the second maybe in towards Basement Church. That's where Nomad Esports did decide to go in for a default plant, in which it did work out well. The only difference was Tracer was the one who did get those 3 kills in towards bar. Will it happen, or will you see some major changes from Oblivion?
Well, major changes from Oblivion will be required. One of the big things that they're not doing this time around is going for that castle barricade extended roam hold, or as it's more commonly known, the SSG hold extended roam on first and second floor. We only have a Vigil and Ella out from the side of Oblivion, who are just going to be doing what they do best, denying time and entry for the side of the attackers. Hibana goes out, trying to get the boost done. Woodeye will actually miss, goes out, gets the kill, and a much needed one at that. However, Dracer was there on long to shut him down. Unfortunately, couldn't shut him down before the Hibana was taken care of, though, even though I believe a hatch has been breached, or could that have been Moose taking care of Dirt? Well, I guess we'll find out in just a quick moment. Warlord searching on the second floor, going for the roam clear, as it were. The sledge should be doing this, but he's got to be careful on time because the longer he takes, the lesser time he will have to play vertical, and the lesser time he'll have to cover his opponents who may just go for the plant. For the time being, of course, Airman Esports hasn't quite finished setting up that push into sight, which is what's required. And Oblivion, they are waiting and watching in the wings to see what MVM brings out this round.
Well, already a minute remains for Norman Esports to make their play. Hibana unfortunately gets taken down from Woodeye. A very risky play, but it is still worth it for defenders because the attackers cannot open up the hatch in towards the floor bar, so they are now stuck with vertical lines of sight. But this time Assad will get one more, taking out Warlord as well. That would deny that vertical lines of sight, but still there is a chance for Nomad Esports to make their play. The only problem is, will they go for an immediate drop in towards Arsenal? Though you actually do see Tracer finding one, gets the confirmation, looking for that flag. Xanthrax sees one able to down Tracer in the meanwhile in towards Kitchen.
15 seconds
It's just going to be a matter of time where Nomad Esports make their play. The push will come in towards tunnel with both of the attackers are prepped and ready. Anthrax just one with the 5S and the push will come in from Flamey to get those two kills, eliminating Tracer, and Anthrax with the final kill of the Legion Crewman to get his final kill. With it, Oblivion Esports will be able to equalize the round count 3-3 in the first half. As we proceed to the second half, round 7, where Nomad Esports will be the one on defense. The site will be on Basement Church and Arsenal Room, with the Thatcher not being able to, with the Thatcher not being banned, and also a huge unfortunate scenes coming in from the attackers as well, eliminating Hibana right off the bat. It would have been better for the attackers to give much more information via the drone. Not having information led the Ella to contest a gunfight against the inverted repelled Hibana, and then decides to just go in for the kill because it was very important. Because not being able to open up the bar hatch as well as the stock hatch did
Attackers need
give
to locate
Oblivion
and defuse
Esports the
bombs.
higher chances of winning it out. And with it, 3-3 is the score line. The score count is equalized. As we proceed to round 7, the side will be on Basement Church. You see Beam with the Maestro. Those Evil Eye camps is very devastating if not being destroyed, and also placing it towards the side, it is very difficult. Since Melusi has been banned, most of the time you do see some utilities being used to try to take out those Melusi's banned city turret, but since he's been banned, the attackers don't have to worry about it. And also you still have Thatcher to disable
10
some of
seconds left
the
before
utilities,
insertion.
so it shouldn't have much of a problem here from Oblivion
5 seconds
Esports
to
line of
go.
attack as well. So whether the action phase will proceed. And talking about
Attackers must
Tracer, though,
locate
we
and
did get to
defuse the
see him
bomb.
perform excellently well with the Ash in the attack as well. 7 kills in the first half. This time, let's see how well he's going to perform on defense.
Most certainly, his performance on defense will matter. Coming in new for the side of Nomad Esports, a new inclusion is always a scary time for any team, regardless of if you're top tier or not quite there yet in terms of your team quality. And Dracer, I mean, given what some people have heard about her, I'm not going to get into the specifics here. Like I said, there's a bunch of stuff, as it were. That's all I'm going to leave it at. Round 7 will be underway, and just like I said, Dracer, given that he is new to Nevermind Esports, it will certainly take some time to gel with the rest of the team, and that might be what's slowing down Nevermind Esports from being the very good, in very frequent patches type of team that we have seen them be. And I say very frequent patches because they have been very good before with some inconsistencies. Unfortunately, Dracer will be the first one to go down. The person we were talking about quite a bit, as it turns out, the Jackal will clean up on him. Assad makes sure of that. And the first kill goes out to Oblivion. Good stuff on the attack, as Moose will be down and taken care of as well. Where did that happen? It was from above. Flamies takes him down. That's another good kill for the side of the attack, with 2 very important operators taken care of. All you have to worry about now are Beam, Warlord, and Ombat Swaha. The 3 of
Bomb
them,
located by attackers.
they are still very strong in their own right, but in this situation, they'll be under a lot of pressure at 1 minute and 10 remaining.
Well, the C4 will come in from Warlord. A very good C4 in towards the basement church wall near the Vixen to get his first kill, taking out Assad. But he comes a push in towards tunnel, gets denied with the Alda beam, making sure that the attackers won't have a single inch of the side of the basement ask room, but needs to be worried about the Ash who's pushing in towards the basement church, but that get denied as well as Warlord claims the life of Rodo. 2v2. The plan is going in towards the ask room. The C4 will come in, denying the plan for Woodeye as he's going to rotate back and plant it in a different position. Woodeye needs to start this plan, but the push will instantly deny it. Warlord with the triple kill as it all goes down to Anthrax in a 1v2 situation. The utilities being thrown out and get caught from the ADS will be able to give that location for the defenders. The wall bang will coming from Ombat Swaha, doesn't get the shots just yet, but they have that information in towards the blue, marking his location. With it, the wall bangs should be better for Umbaswar to wait for the attackers to make their move. They have the diffuser in hand in towards the basement arsenal room. All they need is to wait, and that wait will finally come to an end. Umbaswar with the final kill of the MP7 will get the win for Nomad Esports, winning round 7 basement church. As we take a look at it in the instant replay, we now proceed to round 8, where Nomad Esports are still they are the one who is in the lead 4-3, as the site will be on second floor CCTV room and cash room. Now, talking about the previous round, I do have to appreciate Rodo and Assad getting an instant control in towards the second floor bedroom to make that vertical lines of sight that would confuse Dracer that there might be that vertical line of sight being played in towards that specific position. Whether it, all Jackal has to do was to just push in towards the bar and get the kill, getting an immediate control in towards the room, and then decides to slowly push in towards the side. The only thing that they did not expect was the utility game coming in from Nomad Esports, the Maestros Evil Eye Camps giving out informations, the C4 in towards the basement church, and also a very good hold coming in from Warlord's MPX. A job well done there for Nomad Esports. But now the sites on second floor CCTV, the main sites where it's most probably like a 50-50 chance where the attackers might be able to get it, or maybe the defenders might get it. Depends on what kind of operators and early kills that the attackers are going to get it. Their main focus, if they do take out a player in towards the garage catwalk, that would give the attackers an ease of access to planting towards CCTV. But you still need to be careful of those C4s in towards the lounge, so that if you do remove it, that would give a higher chances for the attackers to go in for that post plant situation. So it is very crucial for Oblivion Esports to make their play as soon as possible. And this time, they will do the same thing yet again, hunting the Romans with Assad and Rodo together, where interesting enough we do see Rodo droning in, but I don't think that's going to happen there, as Tracer gets the first kill, taking out Anthrax immediately in towards the garage. They did, however, open up the walls in towards the garage wall, as Woodeye will now proceed opening up the walls in CCTV.
A little bit of a back and forth between the Bandit and the Thermite, along with the Thatcher, in tow, trying to make clearance for Woodeye to go for the breach, but he can't quite do that, as Ombotsoa has been placing and retracting his Bandit batteries with expert precision so far. I think he may have denied the Thermite again, and Woodeye will certainly not be looking too good in this situation. He's out of exothermic charges, which means the Bandit tricks have worked their magic, ladies and gentlemen. Ombotsoa has done his work. Excuse me out there. And with that, round 8 will be made just that little bit more easier for the side of Nevermind Esports. Oblivion, in the meanwhile, they're going to be forced into the choke points that the defenders want them to go to. Unfortunately, not using the Ash from down below to dislodge the Bandit, not even using the Jackal for that matter. You could use a secondary shotgun, some could argue, as an Ash charge will go out. Will it take care of the Gore shield that Moose was staying behind? Shots are going to be fired, then the Wumai will be taken care of. Jumped out of the frying pan into the fire, as it were, although in this case, I guess, the metaphor can be inverted, but Assad's going to go down over the Swaha. Make sure to get that kill. And that's going to be the Jackal retaliated upon. Can he get another one? No, he can't. Ill-advised peek from the Bandit as Flamies takes out the that GSG9 up. 55 seconds and less remain is the dying seconds of the round. Tracer going for a flank will get one, and that's the Ash taken care of. Much needed, putting the side of Nevermind back on the man advantage. As a C4 will go out. No, it won't. It's been retracted. As Beam goes up the stairs. Will you see one? Yes, he does. The Alda fires off. Would I? Gets taken down. The push is in towards the hallway, and going on to camp might not be the right move there, and Flames will make sure to teach him that lesson. Can he get another one though? Not quite. Warlord has defended his position, and you have Dracer watching the hallway with utmost concentration. Not quite. He's going to go down towards the stairs area regardless, as Warlord has been left alone to fight the Thatcher. Flamies, who doesn't even have the diffuser, can't exactly go for the flag, has to go for the kills. He'll be seen by the Goyo, but the Thatcher will win that somehow. Goes for the plant. It is a quad kill, but the plant will be denied by Dracer right towards the last second. Unfortunate, but Flamies will go down. It was a good attempt. It got the 4K, even almost got the plant off, all things considered, but he did not have time to go anywhere other than the default spot for the plant, with Dracer approaching quickly onto site. The retake was there, and with that, we're going to see the side of Nomad Esports go to second floor gym bedroom, as they are now one round away from match point. 5-3 is the score line, and the 9th round is underway.
Well, Nomad Esports, they only need 2 more rounds to seal the deal against Oblivion. Will it happen though? We still see Anthrax still bringing in the Jackal, a very useful tool to give information. Interestingly enough, in that previous round, we did see Rodo, the man who was manning the Ash, was the one droning, whereas the Jackal was the one who tries to push in. A very good information, and also a quick, quick, a clean kill when it comes to, that's technically how you try to hunt down the roamers. And don't get me wrong, Oblivion Esports have doing a fantastic job when it comes to taking out the roamers, but they're taking a lot of time in getting in towards the side. They don't have much of the players. We still see Flamey attempting a 1v5. It was an almost win, but unfortunately having less amount of information gave a win for Dracer to eliminate it, putting them the win in 5-3. With Woodeye playing the Thermite with the diffuser in hand, you see a lot of claymores being played up. No grenades, no, you don't be able to see any flashbangs being brought in here from the attackers. Just plain old utilities to make line of sight from the hard breaching capabilities. That would be from the Thermite, and also from soft breach from either Ash or Sophia to get that line of sight. Hopefully, make a pixel angle, take out the defenders out by surprise. Who knows? The Oblivion Esports might be able to find a weakness that can be able to exploit. But for now, we do see Ash in towards the stock, and so does Woodeye. Just wait for the EMP to burst in so that we'll be able to use the exothermic shots to open in towards construction. That would give a good amount of cover for the Oblivion Esports to try to play it aggressively. But oh boy, looks like Ash is already in towards CCTV. If Jaeger doesn't see Ash in towards CCTV, it will not bode well for Nomad Esports. They're still patiently waiting for that information in which the drones will come out, but Tracer doesn't have to worry about it yet again. Taking out Rodo, which would be in a very difficult situation here from Oblivion Esports. 5v4, early man count advantage for NVM and Beam, making sure that they have good amount of information. Ooh, that pre-fire from Jackal, be able to immediately eliminate Tracer and would give an instant access towards the cache. Now Sophia be able to use one of her impacts to open up the barbed wire, but moves on the other hand with the UMP in the life of Woodeye. He needs to fall back because the logistics hatch is now open from Flamey. He has the breach charges in which he did use it to open it up, as Assad gets one more kill, taking out Warlord, putting it in a 3v3 as we reach the 1 minute mark.
60 seconds and just a little bit more remain for the side of Oblivion. They are losing time trying to get into side, but Flamey's having found a Moose has just made it that much easier. Almost possible to see the head of the Thatcher will fall back, refiring as Beams fine one. Assad goes down, but the Thatcher still hasn't gone into sight, which will make it harder for Anthrax to push in, given where the Maestro is currently standing. He's going to go for the plant instead. Pre-fires come in, but Anthrax is still going for the plant. He will, in fact, get off it and get the kill, putting it into a 1v2. The Bandit gets one beautiful shot right there onto the Thatcher, and now it's a post-plant. Anthrax having got that done, he's moving into construction. Bad idea, and Ombudswa will be sure to show him that in fact it was a bad idea. We'll see that in the instant replay, as Ombudswa has done quite a bit of work in this round. Not only Bandit tricking out the Thatcher Thermite combo, but also getting the 1v2 clutch and then counter defuse. All things considered, I would say it's a very productive round for him and for Nevermind Esports, who are now on match point. After going 3-3 equalized into the mid-match into round 7 roll swap, I don't think anybody really thought that they would run away with the game on defense this well, but that speaks just how well this team, this roster, has practiced with each other with the inclusion of a new player. We've seen teams falter and stumble with their excuse me right there, with their newer additions into the rosters. We've seen it before in plenty of teams for that matter. Nemus Force being one of the examples that stands out to mind in Division 1 immediately, but even then, they have made comebacks from far worse situations, and they've been around as a team in the top tier for longer as well. With all that being said, Nevermind Esports, they just have one round to go to win out this match and put themselves into the next round, the next day of qualifiers, while Oblivion Esports are simply facing a bit of a steep uphill battle, and the angle of the slope ain't exactly too good either, given that they are currently one round away from getting eliminated. If they, cannot, get this round, at the very least, there will be absolutely no chance of a comeback, and they will be taken out once, and, well, I won't say for all, because, of course, they can come back in the next season 5 qualifiers, which will go live in towards the middle of Season 4 itself, but we've got plenty of time to go. We haven't even hit the division stages, we haven't even hit the final day of the qualifiers, ladies and gentlemen, so, plenty of time remaining before we can talk about Season 5. Right now, action phase, Oblivion Esports on the attack. They're going to have to deal with a basement defense yet again from from NVM. And given all things considered, it's going to be very, very tough for this attacking team.
Well, tough indeed, Jack. Oblivion Esports needs to win 3 attack rounds in a row, and they haven't won a single attack round in the second half. Nevermind Esports, they're just making sure that they get this win. Oh boy, that beautiful shot coming in from Assad. The Zofia making plays for the team, taking out Warlord as he is now slowly in towards the stairs. Now, we did see that 6 pick from Woodeye using the Ying as a bait, that they might go for a very aggressive play, but he was the Ying was 6 pick off to the Thermite, so that they'll be able to open up the walls and also give them the confusion for Nevermind Esports. With Moose, he's just playing in towards the church, holding an angle from the Moto, whereas the attackers will now gain some useful info. Beam needs to be careful because the attackers might be able to see the Thatcher's EMP. It will be thrown as the cam will be faced offside, which would force the attackers to use their utilities. A grenade or a grenade impact or the ash breaching charges would work out well, but that peek there from Ombudswa will be able to see, but doesn't get the shot as Woodeye decides to go in for the plant in towards the Arsenal room. But here comes the cover here from Ash, aggressively pushing in towards the church. The Flamey gets a double kill as it all goes down to Tracer in a 1v4 situation. Currently pushing in towards the main stairs, gets a kill. Actually, doesn't get a kill. It's actually Rodo in towards Modo getting an unfortunate team kill, putting it in a 1v3 situation. For Tracer, he needs a total of 7 seconds to get the win. And talking about that time, it's just ticking down to a total of 15 seconds. The push will come in. Tracer actually gets one, taking out Rodo. 1v2, but he needs to make a push in which it is on a point of no return, and Woodeye will be the one to get the final kill, taking out Tracer. Oblivion Esports are not out of the game yet, ladies and gentlemen. They'll be able to win round 10 Basement Church as we take a look at it in the instant replay. Oblivion Esports, they need to do this 2 times to put this match to overtime, and they still have a chance. They just need to make sure that they won't make those mistakes, hunt down the roamers first, and if you do not have time to hunt down the roamers, it should be best to add some flank watch, maybe a Nomad air jab, in which the Nomad has been banned from Oblivion Esports. They should have thought this through here. We did see Nomad Esports banning out the Maverick, in which it has a higher chances to go for those bandit tricks. The only counter that will be able to, try to counter those bandit tricks is none other than Maverick himself, in which it's been banned from Nomad Esports. And also, just to control the heavy aggressive plays, Melusi has been banned. So, and also the standard ban from Mira from Oblivion Esports, just to make sure that the defenders wouldn't have much control into the site. So for Oblivion, it is working out well. They just need to be careful of, those heavy flank peaks coming in from Dracer and maybe from Warlord too, because of the heavy information that comes in with the Valkyrie camps. They do take care of it. If they eliminate them and then start slowly pushing in towards the side, maybe there is a chance for Oblivion Esports to make their play. So 6-4, Raman Esports still on match point. They still need one more round to secure the win, and looks like Oblivion Esports are not going to give them that easy.
Most certainly not. Oblivion will be showing a fight as is expected of them. It is the qualifiers where there's only one chance to get yourselves that much closer to Division 3, to some really juicy prizes waiting in that division stages. And, you want to be there. You want to be in the thick of the action. That's why, most teams are here for the qualifiers. They want to be with those big names. They want to stand out in the middle of all of them and stamp their own name into the South Asian esports scene. And they certainly could. Nevermind Esports, while they may not be the best team, technically speaking, they have plenty of issues. They are still a team that made their mark in Division 3 to the point where even seeing them in the qualifiers does, bring a bit of breath of fresh air. It's a team that we've seen before. It's a team that we can sort of talk about in detail with some assurance, given that we've seen them time and time again in Division 3. Excuse me out there. But for the time being, Oblivion Esports, they still need to, win 2 more rounds if they want to get this 6-6 and push for overtime. I believe yesterday we had 2 overtime matches, some very good games indeed, 8-6 and 8-6, and even the last one was 7-5 for yesterday night. Tonight it might be something similar. If they are able to pull it off, well, it will be an amazing time, an amazing match to see. But Dracer is going to start things off by finding Anthrax. Not sure where he got that off of. Could have been on the main stairs towards Bar. And with the Jackal taken care of, that is it going to be a little bit of a trouble for the side of the attackers. With the Jackal gone, the late round push, track and push, that Oblivion put to use a couple rounds ago, won't be in play. That's going to make it that much harder. The Ashes pushed in the meanwhile, goes even through the rotate in towards side, takes a lot of damage. The shotgun finds one, but Bean gets taken out in the meanwhile as well. Plant is going off from Woodeye. Dracer has to come back to site soon as Ombatswa is going to throw the C4, but will that work? No, it does not. Moose finds one. It's a triple kill for him. Hello. He's gotten quite a few this round, it seems, with the SMG, and now it's only down to the Thatcher. Flamies finds one, finds two. He's gotten a couple of kills right here. The last man standing, Dracer, the last one to make re-entry into this site retake situation that Nevermind Esports finds themselves in. He's actually going towards the diffuser as we speak, knows roughly where the Thatcher is. He's looking for him, arguably being a little kill hungry right now, making a lot of noise, has to go for the counter defuse, and he will, but very well played by Oblivion, as he will wait, forcing Dracer to come out for the kill, and he will get it, but far too late to go for the counter defuse. Unfortunate. But Dracer couldn't make the clutch happen when he needed to. Probably should have baited out the Thatcher with the counter defuse much earlier, and maybe he could have even stuck it given the Thatcher's unwillingness to act. The drones would have certainly, the comms would have certainly panicked on the drones right there, causing a little bit of communication error that could have gone his way as well. Plenty of factors go into that post plant situation, but it was in the end very well played by Flamey's post plant 1v3. Even though he didn't get the final kill, it still counts as a clutch because the diffuser went off and he held off inside of sight very well as well. Second floor CCTV will be the site of choice, and now Nevermind Esports are in a bit of trouble as they are the ones losing momentum very quickly. We're in 6-5. The map situation that is in 6-5 with only one round separating both teams from a match end or an overtime. One of two possibilities. Of which will it be? Let's find out in round 12.
Well, we are back in a round of ones, ladies and gentlemen. One round for Normandy Esports to win, and one round for Oblivion Esports to put it to overtime. There is a chance, and also in the previous round, I do appreciate Rodo. He made that instinct decision of going very aggressive in towards the hallway in the Arsenal room, using the Ashes
5 seconds to go.
breaching charge to make an entryway and get those kills. An instant access towards the Arsenal room, which gave the attackers to plan in, whereas Flamey did get to perform his beautiful 1v3 clutch on almost a 1v3 clutch, whereas Tracer couldn't find the exact location on where he was. And now with it, Nomad Esports is in trouble. And as I was talking about it, there was one that was Woodeye. Alright, he's back. Thank goodness. He is back in the game, ladies and gentlemen. It is still 5-5. The time is ticking for the attackers to make their play. The site is in CCTV yet again. It's not on Basement Church, and it was lost 2 times from Oblivion. Well, the site being on CCTV, it will be way much more difficult because they need to deal with the bandit being tricking the CCTV wall, in which it will be very difficult for Oblivion to do so. They could be able to use the Ashes breaching touch to make that line of sight in towards the lounge, but you do need to be careful of Tracer, who was in the garage. So it will be very difficult here for Oblivion Esports to do it. On the other hand, we do hear the Zophia's impact needs to make that line of sight in towards CCTV, and also the breaching charges to make sure that the bandit wouldn't stay in that wall as timely as heavenly possible. With it, the one frag is going to come in, and this time is going to be from the bandit himself in towards the vertical lines of sight, claiming Assad immediately, and so does Moose with the MP5K. And oh my goodness, the bandit charge will come in, which would force Thermite to lose one of his thermic charges, and he is forced to contest a gunfight against Tracer in towards the garage catwalk. This is not going well here for Oblivion Esports because they haven't opened up the wall, and they are losing a lot of time. Flamey is trying to contest Dracer, but Dracer currently is in a very safe spot. It would have been better if they had those frag grenades to try to take him out by surprise, but they don't have anything just yet. They were mainly used to open up lines of sight with the help of the hard breach and also the EMPs, and then start to push in and get those frags. Already 2 of the high frags from Oblivion Esports have been taken care of, and with it, the time is about to reach that 30 seconds. Oblivion Esports, they need to make a play, but they've lost a lot of plays at 3v5. Now, man, Esports, they're just patiently going to wait for the attackers to make their move, in which Woodeye, with the primary weapon, can claim to will be able to claim the kill, taking out the bandit. Will be able to retract back one of the bandit charges, but unfortunately it is too late. Construction wall has opened, but Warlord claims the kill. The D5 SMG will be able to down one, and Tracer in the end to claim the life of Flame. He says Nevermind Esports will be the one winning round 12 second floor CCTV and claim the win against Oblivion Esports 7-5. A wonderful match to start it off with, Jack, with Tracer being the one in the MVP. A very great match that you get to witness. Although, yes, there was a lot of problems coming in from Oblivion Esports and also from Nomad Esports on defense, but in the end, it's going to be NVM who's going to be proceeding in the single brackets. Unfortunately for Oblivion Esports, they need to try their luck in the next season. A very interesting match and also a very exciting match I did get to witness, but we still have two more matches to go, ladies and gentlemen. But for now, let's just sit back, talk about what exactly happened between both of these teams in a sequence called as Relive the Moment, where we try to talk about and try to analyze on exactly what happened in between two of those rounds. And talking about it, I do have to talk about Oblivion's esports style of Oblivion esports style on defense in the first round. So let's take a look at it in the Relive the Moment. And Jack, what do you want to talk about it here?
Well, to start off, I'd like to say that on the attack, Nevermind Esports were actually fairly impressive today. Just like yesterday, we mentioned, me and Foxy were casting yesterday, of course, and we sort of mentioned that Clubhouse being in the defender sided map, seeing attackers take multiple rounds for themselves is certainly something to be impressed by. However, it's sort of today's match sort of speaks more to Oblivion Esports not really being all the way there for themselves and for their teammates, rather than Nevermind Esports' plays. Nevermind Esports weren't really straying from the standard method of play that we've seen them employ before on Clubhouse. They've done this time and time again, randomly bringing out the Blackbeard as well. We know that Warlord likes to play that operator, and overall, there were some very interesting gunfights as well, just like this one between the Castle and Heban on the third round. But overall, Nevermind Esports taking the rounds with relative comfort, at least wherever they could, was refreshing to see, because for once, unlike in Division 3 Season 3, they weren't exactly struggling for kills, they weren't struggling for entry or denial of, say, flanks or pushes from the side of the defense, but at the same time, they were, given that we saw a near flawless round from Oblivion in the fifth round, and then I believe Oblivion Esports did it again on Basement. Even though there were some issues, Jacer did take a kill or two and push in towards site, but hatch watch as it goes. So it's sort of interesting to see how that kitchen hatch watch as it goes has sort of become a two-way street. It didn't used to be at one point, but more and more players have picked up on it, and now it's very common to see attackers getting taken out from the long angle of that same hatch to boxes region. On the other side, we had this round, and this round is one that I wanted to talk about. It highlights Oblivion's attack very well, their strengths and their weaknesses. Their strengths being the early to mid round, where they can do very good roam clear and very good sort of entry clearance. The setup is nice, but in the late round, they sort of start to fall apart as if they don't know what to do, or they don't know how to get in there, get stuck into sight, and they put themselves in these weird positions and situations where they really shouldn't be otherwise. And all things considered, I think one has to be said of Flamies. The man playing the Thatcher on the attack for the most part did very good in his role of support slash flex slash late game fragger, I guess, because he was doing some work, quite a bit of work, interestingly enough. Then we had Ombud Swaha pulling out his own clutch to make sure that Nevermind Esports do go to match point. It was a good rotation into logistics and then going into construction prone. Unfortunately, the Jackal did not seem to anticipate that, but after that, once again, you had Flamies doing some good work alongside his teammates Woodeye and Rodo. And Dracer, unfortunately, even though he did get a couple of kills, once again a double kill for the man, couldn't secure side. The diffuser went over the point of no return, and Oblivion Esports taking rounds 10 and 11, as it seems to always go down to that Thatcher somehow, given that he's done some really good work for the side of Oblivion Esports, but unfortunately it wasn't to be in all instances, and that is why we're going to see Nevermind Esports take the game and run away with it. Not really run away with it, but do some good work, all things considered. There are some marked improvements from the previous season, ladies and gentlemen, that certainly makes us excited to see what the future of Nevermind Esports will be. But with that being said, we're going to be taking a short break before we come back with the second game of the night, Ground 9. Interesting name, versus Zero, another interesting name. We'll be taking each other on the map of Oregon, and we'll see you there on the other side of a short break. Stay tuned.
We head for the sky, it's alright. Our wings wouldn't fly, it's alright. If we are crashing down again, pieces of love, it's alright. Scattered in mud, it's alright. You're giving me a lie again. And tell me what you want, this time I won't take it to the heart. Cause I know we won't make it out, I've heard it all before. Yeah, tell me what you want, let me hear that I'm the only one. You know that we won't make it out, we've heard it all before. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright, so let's move on. 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 We head for the sky, it's alright. Our wings wouldn't fly, it's alright. If we are crashing down again, pieces of love, it's alright. Scattered in mud, it's alright. You're giving me a lie again. And tell me what you want, this time I won't take it to the heart. Cause I know we won't make it out, I've heard it all before. Yeah, tell me what you want, let me hear that I'm the only one. You know that we won't make it out, we've heard it all before. It's alright. Hey. It's alright. Hey. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright, so let's move on. 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 Alright, so let's move on. We head for the sky, it's alright. Our wings wouldn't fly, it's alright. If we are crashing down again, pieces of love, it's alright. Scattered in mud, it's alright. You're giving me a lie again. And tell me what you want, this time I won't take it to the heart. Cause I know we won't make it out, I've heard it all before. Yeah, tell me what you want, let me hear that I'm the only one. You know that we won't make it out, we've heard it all before. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright, so let's move on. 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 We head for the sky, it's alright. Our wings wouldn't fly, it's alright. If we are crashing down again, pieces of love, it's alright. Scattered in mud, it's alright. You're giving me a lie again. And tell me what you want, this time I won't take it to the heart. Cause I know we won't make it out, I've heard it all before. Yeah, tell me what you want, let me hear that I'm the only one. You know that we won't make it out, we've heard it all before. It's alright. Hey, it's alright. Hey, it's alright. It's alright. It's alright, so let's move on. 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 Alright, so let's move on.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the WD BLACK Esports Club Pro League 4 Rainbow Six Siege, supported by Ubisoft, with myself, Blackjack, your host, along with our co-host Baba Gusta and our admin Eisen, as we are here for the second match of day 2 of qualifiers of season 4, with coming off of a very interesting first game that we just had between Oblivion Esports and Nevermind Esports. Oblivion, unfortunately, facing defeat, and they will be the ones to get relegated, while Nevermind Esports goes up to the next phase of the qualifiers. Speaking of teams going to the next phase, we're going to go into the second match right now. On the map of Oregon, we have Ground 9 and 0 going off against each other, and only one can progress, one will fall. Who will it be? Let's join our players live to find out on the map of Oregon in the ban phase itself. Ground 9, excuse me, there's 0 with the first ban of the night. I will decide to take out the Thatcher. Not really too surprising, all things considered, while Ground 9 will have the second attacker ban and the second ban in general of the map. They will ban Montaigne, very standard, all things considered. Even though, given that it is Oregon, you see Maverick bans, you see Nomad bans, we've even seen Jackal bans more than Montaigne, but Thatcher and Montaigne are the sort of default go-to, especially when two teams may or may not have faced off against each other in practice matches beforehand. I mean, given that it is qualifiers, there's a good chance of that happening, as Mira will be banned by Ground 9 and Wamai will be banned by Team 0. Both sides, all things considered, very standard ban set, especially for Oregon. You see Wamai banned quite a bit here and in Cafe Dostoevsky, given his prowess and the smaller size of the magnets compared to Jaeger's ADSs, giving them a little bit more hidden possibility, if you were. But of course, there's a bunch of factors that go into the dynamic that used to be and currently, has been reduced for the side of Jaeger and Wamai that we can get into a little bit later in the match whenever the time comes up. Right now, let's introduce both the rosters that are here in the lobby for us today. From the side of Ground 9, we've got Steel Shot, Abid, Fardeen Jazz, Shannon, and Repeak Me. Interesting. And from the side of 0, we've got Mr. Solo, Kyo, and excuse me right there. The game has gone into loading. We're just going to continue that once the game loads in. There we go. Kyo, Flameball 9130, Claude, Iron, and Mr. Solo. With all that being said, the first round is underway on second floor dorms and dorms main hall. And I've kept the man for the mic long enough. Baba, take it away.
Well, second match of the qualifier phase will continue with the first round, where Ground 9 will be the one on attack. In map Oregon, we do see Fardeen Jazz bringing in the Blackbeard, very dangerous operator when it comes to contesting a gunfight against him, so they need some kind of a tactic to eliminate him. Interestingly enough, we will be able to see Iron going for that early spawn peek in towards the armory window. No, it was just a fluke from the defenders, just to think that there might be some player in towards the armory, so that they would take their time holding the angle and then just try to push in towards the side without dealing any problems from it. Do see some pings coming in from the defenders of 0, maybe some Malusian cannon replacement, or maybe a hatch being destroyed, making that vertical line of sight in towards the server room, where the defenders can hold their angle and eliminating without even them noticing. We do see some last use of ADS being deployed right towards the entrance of the trophy room. We still have 2 more to make sure that the double shield won't be destroyed instantly. Shannon will proceed entering in towards the armory lockers, actually from the armory entrance, and will slowly push in towards the trophy room. Now, the attackers, especially the Twitch, already has that control in towards armory, and for Team Jazz, oh boy, one of the rifle sheet has already been destroyed, so he's now forced to use the second one. Repeat with the impact needs to take out the bandit charges, or maybe the Kaid Electroclaws, which is hidden so well. It's going to make the attackers a bit of a panic here, because they do not have any information where exactly the Electroclaw has been placed. So you still have Shannon, as just I was talking about it, and Hyan will be there to immediately take him out. And with it, the chances of opening the walls in towards second floor kids is a difficult situation for Ground 9.
Most certainly, taking care of those important operators. Zero has done well so far to hide themselves from the advancing attackers, but you have the summer beaches going off slowly early towards that bedroom main wall. Utilities are being used, fired in by the Zophian towards the site as the Blackbird will fall away from that big window of sight itself. Not deciding to go for that gunshot just yet, as Ion's gonna do a bit of damage to re-peek me. As for Ninjas, in the meanwhile, finds Ion. That is a big drop indeed. The Blackbeard coming in clutch for the attack, equalizing the man count at the 40-second juncture. Much needed, as Mr. Solo is going to just hold off on Trophy Door. Re-peek me. Meanwhile, just peeking that door, ironically enough, and going for a re-peek as it goes. As the name says, he wants to re-peek everything that he possibly can, and some shots will be fired. Mr. Solo, interestingly enough, taking a bit of damage, but the Blackbeard not exactly continuing to fire through that, and that will allow Solo to fall back and take one, maybe take two. Yes, he will, and Flameball will take two as well, finding two of the attacking operators from the side of Ground 9, and with that, we'll see it in the instant replay. Zero will be, excuse me, there will be the ones to take the first round. I mean, it is Oregon, all things considered, and the first round going the way of the defense is to be expected. And, it is what it is, as they say. The first round going the way of the defense, and we had to go for a pause timer, even though the player was already back in the lobby. We will be unpausing the timer as well, ladies and gentlemen, nice and quickly. Iron is back. He's got the Jaeger picked and ready, and we'll be going into the second round, basement laundry and a supply room being the site of choice.
Site being on basement, laundry, and supply room. For Team Zero, we did get to see how impressive their defense was in the side of second floor kids' dorms. Now let's see how well they defend in basement laundry. Now, the attackers, though, from Team Ground 9 needs to be careful in the early rounds, though, especially Twitch, who was in Armory. Could have been better to bring in the Twitch drones to take out those Kite Electroclaws in towards the second floor kids' dorms, but unfortunately it didn't work out well. We did see the Zofia using the impacts to make that vertical lines of sight, but unfortunately it didn't work out well for Team Ground Knight to even open up those walls. So this time, just to make sure, they're going to bring in the Maverick from Steel Shot.
10 seconds
The Maverick, with his breaching torches, shouldn't have a problem opening up any hatches towards the meeting hatch and also in towards the freezing hatch. The main important reinforcement that they need to open will be in towards the supply room, in which Kyo will be the one manning the deployable shield with a total of 3 ADSs, in which 2 of them is placed near the deployable shield, 1 of them is placed in towards the entrance of the blue bunker. Now the attackers, they will spawn maybe in towards construction and make their way towards the site. Interesting enough, we don't see the attackers defending into the attackers spawned in towards construction. Instead, they've decided to spawn in towards the street and then decides to hunt down the rumors in the map of Oregon to make sure that if they do find a rumor, eliminating them would give that early man count, and then decides to go in for the push. It is important, though, for the attackers to make sure that every site is clear, but they need to be careful that they're wasting a lot of time. We did get to see the same example in the previous round on map Clubhouse, where Oblivion Esports were doing the same strategy. This time, Ash will be able to use a breaching charges to take out a particular utility. Not quite sure which one it is, but hopefully it would give some groundwork for the attackers to hopefully make their play. Mr. Solo, the man who is playing the Goyo, will retract back his bulking shield and place it at the entryway towards the electrical room. Iron is still in towards the boiler. Needs to be careful of those pre-fires being made from the Ash, as a pre-fire will come in to try to take out the Ash. Eventually it doesn't work out well, and also in the boiler room there used to be a Goyo's Vulcan shield. Well, not anymore, with Iron being very dangerous as Ninja starts to push in towards the freezer, getting the kill, eliminating Flameball.
Much required kill right there, taking down the Malusi in a tense situation, but Ferdinand will get refragged onto by Mr. Solo, and Iron finds a Shannon in the meanwhile. Two very good kills right there, the Ash and the Sledge being accounted for, and Solo gets his second for the round and nearly gets away with it too if it hadn't been for that meddling ace. But unfortunately, with that kill confirmed, there will be a refrag coming in on White Corridor as well, and Clog will finish things off by taking down the Me. Zero wins the second round once again, playing patiently off of the slight impatience of Ground 9, all things considered, as we will see in the instant replay. The third round will be in play, and so far, Team Zero has done a good job of showing us what they are capable of and what they want and need to do, and how well that they are going to achieve it. On the other side, not so much for the side of the attack. Ground 9 needs to work on their droning, on their coverage for each other, and their teamwork, pushing together. Despite that, they lost bodies in white that they really shouldn't have, given that the ace Abid was already there in white. He somehow let Ferdinand die in front of him, didn't get the refrag, and then from behind him, the Ash got taken out, and the ace was still there. Didn't make the push to try and get Mr. Solo out of there. The Goyo walked away with two very important kills. Similar issues to those have been what's been plaguing Ground 9. Hopefully they can make it out of that, as Team Zero in the meanwhile have moved to first floor meeting and kitchen. Interesting sight, the more often picked between kitchen dining and kitchen meeting, excuse me, rather. Had to take a second. Both sides, of course, have kitchen in the name, so it is can get a little confusing. Similar to kitchen service and kitchen cooking on cafe versus kitchen and service entrance on the coastline. I personally get that wrong in multiple counts, and still working on it as it goes. Hopefully someday we'll be able to get that out of our minds. But for the time being, we're going to see if Ground 9 can get their issues out of their play and make this round their own.
We are back with round 3, where Team Zero, winning 2 defending rounds, winning it out in second floor kids and laundry. They are now back in first floor meeting and kitchen. Kyo with the shotgun, he'll be able to make that rotation, but he still needs to be careful because the attackers are already in towards the second floor trophy room, making a play, but they need that information in which they'll be able to do it via the drone. Now the drone works will be able to give info where exactly Kyo's location is, in which one of the frag grenades will be able to take out that mute jammers. But Ian, surprisingly, he'll be able to take out 1 kill for the Injaz in towards the Dom's main hall. With it, he needs to be careful of the second, in which the prefires will come in from Ace's AK, and the Maverick will proceed to open up the barricaded wall in towards second floor Dom's main hall, trying to push in a very different positioning. Shannon, on the other hand, will clean left Pure in towards the attic, and Ian is forced to fall back, barely survives with the gunfight as well as the nade, as it now down to a 3v3 situation. The attackers now have control in towards the second floor. They'll be able to make that vertical lines of sight. You still have Shannon with a total of 3 breaching charges to make that vertical lines of sight, but they have to get control of the particular building in which it will be on first floor meeting room. Peek me, be able to take out the barbed wires, whereas Shannon, on the other hand, in towards the attic, will claim the life of Mr. Solo. With it, Zero currently in a very bad situation. Iron is already in 10 HP, who did barely survive, tries to rotate back towards the site, and Flame Ball with the UMP, a very less recoil gun which gives some moderate damage, but also deals some devastating kills. And also we did get to see some many plays coming in from the defenders. Oh boy, that is not looking too well here from the Jaeger. Shannon gets a triple kill, in which it all goes down to Flame Ball in a 1v3 situation. In towards meeting, the prefires will come in. Shannon will try to get the kill, and she will try to contest and try to go for that aggressive peek. The same thing goes to Flame Ball, uses the super shotty and actually gets the kill, taking it out, shutting down Shannon, who was apparently in a triple kill, but now he is in a post-plant situation. 1v2, the UMP needs to find 2 heads, which would be one from Repeak and Steel Shot. One of the flashbangs will be able to accidentally flash Hibana too and Flame Ball. He's already in towards the site, doesn't have the information, and neither does the live. Ground 9 will be the one winning their first attack round in towards first floor meeting slash gestion. As we take a look at it in the instant replay, we now proceed to round 4. Just enough 0. Since they did win second floor kids down in the first round, they'll be able to pick back the same site again in round 4. Now, talking about the previous round, Team Zero were forced to pick the site because they did, however, win second floor kids dom and basement laundry in first and second rounds. Now, the third round, it did not bode well for the defenders because even with the early kill being made from Iron, unfortunately, Kyo was taken out by surprise, maybe opening up the attic walls and then decides to go for that kill. Huge props to Shannon, the man with the Ash, getting those 3 kills, getting the control into a second floor kids, did give them the higher chances to win it out, go for the post plant and win the round. And with it, the score count will be 1-2 as the side will be on second floor kids down. Round 4 will commence.
I did give Team Zero some praise in the first 2 rounds for playing it patiently and making round 9, forcing them into situations where they would make more mistakes. But I have to say, Team Zero did not exactly play first floor meeting kitchen well at all, given that they constantly kept pushing up to second floor. 3 of their players got taken down in that region. And initially, of course, it was the Kaid, as you had Ian the Jaeger falling back in time, after taking a ton of damage. Claude got taken out, I believe. He was the Kaid in that round as well. And then you had Mr. Solo playing the Melusi, pushing up, getting taken down. Ian, despite being low on HP and knowing that if he went down, it would be all going down to Flameball the castle, still decided to push up, and he got punished for it, trying to go for a single shot to do a bit of damage to the Ash, or that was maybe on a reflex. Regardless, he got taken out, leaving Flameball in a very uncomfortable situation that he unfortunately could not make it out of. It was it seemed as if Zero were getting a little bit too far ahead of themselves, most certainly, and they will need to work on that going forward into this round, this match itself, as whenever they have played it patient, whenever they have wasted the time of the attack with well-placed utility and well-thought push and fallbacks, they did well in the first 2 rounds. The third round, admittedly, kitchen meeting may be their weakest site out of the 3 that they have practiced and sort of rehearsed for this match. Regardless, you have the Kaid. He's about to go into a gunfight with Ferdinand, both of them in a Mexican standoff right now. Neither of them can quite see the other, just out of line of sight, but the drone will come in, spot the Kaid, and now he's being pincered from 2 sides. You have Shannon from inside of kitchen, some free fires coming in. The Kaid will be spotted, somehow walks away with his life, but will be caught on the reload by a very long pre-fire from Ferdinand. But regardless, the kill is taken, and that is what matters. Good stuff from Ground 9, pushing onto Clog in a pincer movement, and it was a very well droned and thought out pincer movement, all things considered. Stun grenades coming in towards the attic area to make sure that nobody gets any bright ideas about peeking any newly open hatches, while the Ash goes for the Electroclaw denial from down below. Unfortunately, I don't think he's quite seen it. Ferdinand isn't able to quite get that Electroclaw. Will the third one get it? No, it won't. He's still looking for it, as Shannon will find Ian in the meanwhile. That is another good drop. Unfortunately, we don't quite know where the Jaeger got dropped from, as Mr. Solo will fall back into kids' dorms as well. And we are still, that is Ground 9, is still looking for that Electroclaw on Closet Wall. Will it matter too much? I don't think it will, or it should, in this situation. Sure, they will be slightly bottlenecked in towards that trophy entrance door, but given where Team Zero's positions are, I don't think it's going to hurt them too badly. VPK is going to get Mr. Solo in the meanwhile, as another kill might come in. VPK has been downed, and the Flameball is actually going to get one. There goes another one from the SMG. The Maverick will go down as well. The plant is coming in, but it will be denied. And as it turns out, for Ninjas was the one to down VPK. That's unfortunate, as that round should have been, by all accounts, going the way of the attack. Round 9 absolutely falling apart and making me eat my own words as well. As I sort of said, that given the way that they're pushing in through Trophy, it shouldn't matter that they don't have Closet Wall open. Turns out it did matter quite a bit. 3-1 is the scoreline, and we're gonna need some more time before we can really dissect that round, maybe in relive the moment. But right now, we're gonna be going into basement laundry and supply room in round 5.
Well, round 5 will proceed, and talking about that previous round, though, it was Ground 9 almost had the opportunity. They did take out the Kaid who was in the service. They did try to push in towards the site. Like when they reached at the 20 or 30-second mark, that's where Ground 9 starts to fall apart. With the Flame Ball getting a total of 2 kills, and so does the other player. I believe that was Mr. Solo. And also in the end for Team Jazz, accidentally TKing his teammate, and that too at a very crucial moment of 20 seconds. Ground 9 unfortunately could not succeed defending in second floor kids dorm. Now the site for Zero will be in basement laundry, and after the site it will be the final half for both of these teams. And also Zero on defense, especially round 6 will be the deciding factor whether to see it will be a 5-1 or will it be 3-3. We're about to find out with the action phase you know arriving, and Shannon with the Jackie yet again. The footprints does give good vital information towards the teammates, and also a good drone was coming in from the attackers as well. The only problem is they could not connect the shots. Even with both of these teams, they did perform some excellent gunplay, but in the end it's all about who wins the most when it comes to utility wise, who holds the best, and also who will be able to get that early kill. This time though, they won't be able to see any early kills just yet. Just some hard breaches being opened up, the smoke gas canisters being thrown to deny any heavy aggressive push coming in from Team Ground 9. So it's just a normal wait for the attackers to just find some useful information via the drone. So if they do see one player holding in towards the electric, they will go towards the meeting room to open up the hatch and try to contest a particular player right from there itself. Although they do need to be careful of the boiler in which Iron is still holding. And Shannon, interestingly enough, is in towards the first floor lobby. I believe he'll just make himself towards the freezer, but he needs to open up the barricade, which would compromise his location. Just because he did shoot the gun, in which it would be some basic information for the defenders to know what kind of push that Ground 9 is doing.
Given that no bodies have been dropped so far from either side, makes me think that this is going to be slightly tougher for Ground 9 than it will be for Team Zero. And I say that because Team Zero is once again playing patiently, on sort of intentionally on the back foot. Maybe not so much for Flameball, who is looking to peek on towards the white stairs of a Freezer. There's 3 attackers in that area, but no, he will go down. Instead, Shannon makes sure of that, and an early good kill in this push is secured. Now that will definitely put Team Zero in the disadvantage, as Clog is slowly trying to beat that, but Mr. Solo, in fact, will be the one to get Ferdine. Big drop as the Ash gets taken down. Clog is trying to find a head all the way out by the stairs on the corridor region. Mr. Solo has found his way back into white corridor itself. Freezer is being occupied right now by the Goyo. Shots are fired, but that's a bad pre-fire. Gave away his position, unfortunate, as he will go down. He gets taken down by Iron in the meanwhile as one drop comes in, but the Maverick has come down the hatch trying to hunt for these bodies right now. Shannon will take a bit of damage, but Kyo goes down on
15 seconds left.
excuse me, he takes down Steel Shot, and that is not going to look good for the attackers at all. Clog is low on HP, but a bit is going for the plant. The gas canisters come in, and the Ace will have to get out of there. He is seen, manages to escape as Shannon takes down Clog. The plant is still coming in, but the shotgun to the face will make sure that it is not allowed to go down. Good stuff from the side of the defense, as Team Zero will make it 4-1 going into this 6th round, and we're going to be heading back to meeting hall and kitchen, as Ground 9, unfortunately, even while having the man advantage, again pushing in through Freezer Corridor, getting taken out by Mr. Solo, getting the jump on them, and then their push into site was very much wayward, haphazard, all over the place. And they needed to and still need to tighten up that coordination all the more. Clog is going to six pick out of the Mozzie into the Legion, while the Ash comes in place of the Iana for Ferdine. Round 6, the last round before roll swap, and the last chance for Ground 9 to make their attack work on Oregon is underway.
Well, talking about that previous round though, if Ace still stuck the default plant, I mean, if they did stuck the defuse plant, it would have, forced Zero to be in a post-plant situation where they could have handled the aggression. There was two players holding a cover. Unfortunately, the Ace, knowing that the smoke gas canisters, it was just 2 seconds. 2 seconds was more than enough for Ace to plant the diffuser. It could have gone to the it could have gone to Team Ground 9, but unfortunately, not doing that will give the win to Zero, instead making it 1-4. Where that action phase will proceed, and just like Jack said, this might be the round where Ground 9 might make amends, at least winning this round of attack, making it 2-4, so that when they will be the one on defense, especially on a map like Oregon, it is heavily defender sided, so there may be a chance for Ground 9 on defense to hopefully bring it back to try to equalize the round or just make a good comeback, because everyone likes to see a comeback, but for now, we'll see a gunshot from Steel Shot, getting the kill, taking out Iron immediately. The man who was doing a lot of heavy work since for the past 2 to 3 rounds. This time, he will be the one who's going to be eliminated from none other than Steel Shot. A very important kill, an early frag for Team Ground 9, and this is the same. This is the same repeat that we did get to see for the past 2 rounds here. They do get the early kills, they do take out the roamers, and then when it comes to the execution phase towards the meeting slash kitchen, sometimes it does not work well in their favor. Now, talking about Ground 9's winning on attack, they've only won on first floor meeting slash kitchen. And Ground 9, they are familiar with what kind of plays that Zero has, and now they're just slowly pushing it towards the trophy. Although they will not, however, expect Solo holding in towards the hatch, towards the attic, be the one to get the first frag, but for the Jazz, on the other hand, will actually get a very important kill. The clock goes down, making it a 4v3 situation, but on the other hand, for the Jazz has gone down. They have to go for that revive, in which Steel Shot is here to save the day, and the attackers are slowly inching their way in towards the slide from the side. Flame Ball, some major damage here from the Hibana's type 89, and the attackers have control now. They just need to make that vertical lines of sight, remove the Belushi's Banshee's deterrent, and then push in towards the site.
Mind you, with 3 operators remaining, Team Zero could still make this work. They have Kyo just lurking outside of meeting door on the main stairs for some insurance, with the castle in security room watching that hatch drop, knowing that it could come in any second now. Ferdine going through main hall. Does he know that there's a nude very much close by? I don't think they do. Kyo could go in for a big play right now if he just goes for the peak. Ace would literally be in his line of sight, but he's not going to do that. Flame Ball finds Ferdine in the meanwhile. Good kill, but he's going to get refragged by a pincer movement coming in. 3 versus 2. The plant is coming off, and Kyo has to push in. He will do that. A bit still going for it. The Lucy comes in, finds one. Can he get the panther? Yes, he has actually. And now it's a 1v2, but with the diffuser being downed and the Melusi still alive, Team Zero will be the ones to win it, and most certainly that was a Melusi clutch for the side of Team Zero. We will see that in the instant replay. More than anything, Team Zero winning that round has made it 5-1 in their favor, and they will be the ones to go into round 7, 1 round away from match point. And the side of excuse me, that the side of the current defense, Ground 9, on the other side, rounds and roll swap, have a fairly uphill battle and a steep one at that to fight, given that they need to play 4 rounds of winning to catch up to the lead that their opposition has put up, and then you have to go for match point, which Team Zero would certainly not like to allow. It all comes down to these next few rounds, how both sides are going to play, and if they manage to make it work, well, we're in for an interesting game.
Well, we are in for an interesting game, Jack. I am very excited though, because for Zero though, they did win 5 defending rounds. Maybe it might go for a one-sided match if they just win 2 attack rounds. But there is, I still have hope here that Ground 9 might be able to bring this match back up to 3-5, at least a maximum of 4-5, where Zero has a lot of problems dealing in the side of attack. But who knows? We might be able to see it in the action phase itself. We see a total of 2 hard breaches here from the attack sided, from the attackers itself. Kyo is going to be manning with the Maverick. He has 2 grenades, and so does Ace, having 2 smoke grenades instead of frags. Smoke grenades is very efficient when it comes to planting in towards the site. The smoke will be able to block any line of sight from the defenders, but that does not mean that you're invulnerable. The pre-fires through the smoke grenade through the smoke might be able to get a kill or 2 from the attackers, especially if they do try to go for that execute. But then the attackers now proceed to gain control of the bedroom, in which the Ace will use his Selma breach charges to open up lines of sight, and so does Kyo, opening up the attic with the help of his breaching torch. I believe he's the only one in towards Big Tower, so he needs to be careful with the flanks coming in from the defenders. Although most of the time you do see an attic hatch being opened from that exact moment, so they'll be able to get those kills, but you don't have to worry about it. You still have the Ash holding that angle, that is Iron, in towards the Big Tower stairs, just to make sure that the flank from the defenders wouldn't work out. This grenade, interesting enough, will come in from the Maverick to open up the soft wall. It would have been better to bring in the Ash, but I understand why, because you have those Kai's Electro Claws, which would deny the Ash's breaching charge. But anyways, it will actually be used to make lines of sight. Although need to be careful for the Ninjas, though he's currently in towards the meeting, and Flame Ball will now proceed to make lines of sight. Well, it does not work. A good plays coming in from Kaid using the Electro Claws. I don't think that's a good place here coming in from Kaid. The C4 will deal a lot of damage to himself, putting him to 1 HP, and unfortunately goes down right into towards the trophy hold. The Zofia will also get 1 more kill as Valim Jazz goes down. Iron will proceed pushing in towards the attic. 54 seconds left for the attackers to make their move. They did open up the walls in towards the second floor kids dome. The C4s will come in from the valve, won't be able to deal some major damage, and goes down unfortunately from the Ash herself, making it a 2-5 situation. Ground 9 not in a good mood, and a double kill comes in from Iron to top it off. In the end, it's going to be the Zofia taking out the final player on the side of Team Ground 9, and they'll be the one winning round 7 second floor kids domes, and they will be the one in match point as we proceed to round 8. The site maybe on second floor kids dome, maybe on basement laundry, who knows? Maybe the site might be on first floor meeting. The choice is up to them to get the win. Unfortunately for Ground 9, they need to keep the pace up, or else Zero will get the win against them and eliminate Ground 9 out of the tournament. It is going to be a tough time though, but it will be a more of like a good learning space for Ground 9 to understand what kind of problems that they're doing, and then try to fix those mistakes by rechecking the ward, understand what problems that they're making for the past 5 rounds, and then try to win it out without having problems. Now with it, just as I talking about it, Basement Laundry will be the site for round 8 match point for Team 0. 6-1 is the scoreline, and with it, let's see if Ground 9 will be able to win at least 1 defending rounds in second half.
At this point, I feel like I'm beating a dead horse, but the point has to be made that Ground 9 needs to win 5 back-to-back rounds of nearly the most perfect Rainbow Six that they will have ever played. And I do not say that lightly because given that they need to win 5 rounds and have absolutely zero wiggle room for themselves, makes it that much tougher for them to get this win or even get close to a win over Team Zero. Speaking of Team Zero, they have their own different kind of pressure going their way, given that they are this close to the victory, but they are separated by a full round. What would normally not really seem like a whole lot now feels like an eternity between themselves and the next stage of the qualifiers. A well-deserved break before the next match as well, and then you get another chance. That's how the qualifiers work, and the pressure is immense, I imagine, on Team Zero right now. But they have been able to remain calm in pressured situations before, and if they manage to make it out of this one alive and, you know, alive and well, then we might just have a good team on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. You know, do not mistake the tone of our voices right now. Team Zero has been fairly impressive, all things considered. Round 9, on the other hand, not so much, as we've got the Maverick Reach coming in by Joe, protecting himself from getting shot by using the little bit of the hatch that somehow doesn't get broken when breaching that meeting room hatch. Not sure how that works, but regardless, it's something that players have found and have been using for a while now, and it seems to be effective at nearly 100% guaranteeing the Maverick hatch breaches. And as they say, if it works, it works. For the time being, we're going to have the ADSs being taken care of, but no, a double C4 comes in from Shannon. Iron and Clog go down. That's a big drop in lead for Team Zero, but Kill comes in for Vitaly. He's going to find one. Can he find the other one? No, Ferdin's going to find Flameball instead. Goes out to find his second. That will be the Maverick taken care of. Now it's a 1 versus 4. Mr. Solo, whose position is well known. Information is being fed, and Ferdin wants his next kill. He did really good work towards the backside, the northern end of sight. And now, given that it is a 1 versus 4, Team Zero not exactly looking too good. Abid will be the one to take the kill, and that will be Mr. Solo taken off the board. Another round gone, but this one going the way of Ground 9, a much needed round that they absolutely desperately needed to win, and they have finally done it, giving themselves a little bit of a morale boost, but more importantly, another chance at winning this confrontation. They're going to be heading back to second floor dorms and dorms main hall, and this will be the true test of their defensive capabilities, because if they're not able to make this round work for themselves and for their team, then it will be a good night. Well, not so much of a good night, but a good night for the side of Team Zero, who will be the ones to win if and only if the side of Ground 9 falter again on this 9th round.
Attackers need to locate and
Well, for
defuse
9th
bombs.
round, Ground 9 needs to win 4 rounds on defense, whereas Zero has 4 chances to stop them. And the site will be on second floor kids dorms yet again. Talking about the previous rounds, the attackers, especially from Team Zero, they decided to go for a full-on aggressive push in towards the boiler and also in towards the electric. Although it didn't work out well with a beautiful C4 being detonated from Shannon. A good timing there, taking out 2 players in towards the blue, whereas the Maverick did get the control in towards the boilers. He didn't had that man count advantage. He did try to pre-fire in towards the freezer. He did try to push in towards the supply room. Unfortunately, they couldn't win the gunfight in towards the site, and Ground 9 will easily win that round on basement, on the side of basement, laundry, and supply room. Although it wouldn't be the same though, since they did win that site, they are forced to pick the other, which would be on second floor kids dorms. If they do win it out, the main difficulties for Ground 9 to defend is going to be on the kitchen dining or at the kitchen and meeting. A very difficult site for the defenders to hold it, but who knows, maybe some right operators, some right holdings, they might work out, which would surprise the attackers out of nowhere. But for now, The attackers will currently gain their control in towards the big towers with the help of Ash and Maverick. Although they do need to be careful of
Attackers dropped the
one
diffuser.
roamer, I believe that is Fardeen Jazz, in towards the basement. And with it, the information of where exactly
Attackers
the
recovered the bomb diffuser.
air jabs being placed, one in towards the stairs, one in towards the armory, and from the armory hallway, would give a good amount of information
Attackers
from
bomb
the
diffuser
defenders,
has
and
been
also
dropped.
to lay it to Fardeen Jazz, saying that it would not be a viable idea to go in for a flank in towards the armory hallway. He could go for a flank in white stairs, he could go for a flank in big tower stairs, but at what cost? We're about to find out at this minute here.
Most certainly, the flank will in fact be shut down for Ninja's unfortunate, but Ian knew that it was coming and it took him down nice and quickly. Unfortunately for the Maverick, the wall
Bomb
has
located
not
by
been
attackers.
made soft. Something went wrong clearly, but not for Clog. He will find a real peak knee. That is the meat taken care of. The wall has been made soft. The ash charge comes in, and that is entry towards attic pretty much secured. With the situation as it is right now for the side of ground 9, they need to play this patiently, and they need to be as they need to try and force Team Zero into positions of power for the defending team. If they are unable to do that, then this will be that much tougher for this team right now. Oh, that's a little
Attackers
unfortunate.
recovered
Went
the
for the
diffuser.
C4 throw at the worst possible time. Shannon, he's going to get taken out as steel shots going for a C4 from below. Very ill-advised. The push was coming in from behind. He's going to get taken down, but the defense comes into the Legion. He's going to get 2 updates doing work here, but he will go down as Claw is going to be the one to take the kill. The Legion falls, the attackers win, and given that it's round 9, I believe everybody knows what the score is. 0, as in Team 0, will be the ones winning 7-2. Ironically enough, winning on the 9th round against ground 9. But regardless of that fact, 7-2, they will be your winners here on Oregon, and they will be going forward into the next stage of qualifiers. Unfortunate for ground 9, but they will not be seen, unfortunately, in this qualifier season anymore. They'll have to try again in season 5, ladies and gentlemen. And like I said before, season 5, we can talk about that when we get to that, or towards the excuse me, towards the middle of season 4, when registrations for the qualifiers will open once again. For the time being, coming back to the qualifiers that we just had, we'll be going over those highlights in Relive the Moment, which will go live in a short moment right here. We're just making sure everything is set and ready. It is, in fact. So we will go into Relive the Moment. Most of it, of course, is going to be a highlight reel of the side of Team Zero. And I believe in this situation, no one other than Baba here is better suited for telling us what went wrong for the side of ground 9.
Well, where do I begin? What round do I have to start off with? The ground 9. They kind of felt like they didn't had any proper information via the drone, because most of the drone gets either caught off from the jammers or gets taken out. Having less information means knowing less amount of the operators knowing what kind of plays that they're making. Although the only site that ground 9 won was at first floor meeting / kitchen on round 3, and that was the only attack round where ground 9 won. Talking about 0 though, it was a very good hold coming in from both Cure and Iron. A very impressive high frag potential that we did get to see. And also Mr. Solo, even with the frags that did come in from ground 9, he was always there for those refrags to make sure that even if they did get the control on Freezer, he'll be able to at least try to fling back and get those kills. And talking about this round though, in round 4, they had the man count advantage. Not quite sure what exactly happened in this specific round though. It was in a 2v5 situation. Flameball and Cure hold the ground and made sure that they wouldn't make the push. Every single time you see ground 9, they always have that early kill in the early and mid rounds. The roaming game, it always gets taken out, because Ground 9, they are always so good at finding the rumors, but then afterwards when they try to get in towards the site, they always get confused. Like they haven't opened up the walls, they haven't opened the walls in second floor kids, they've only opened up the walls on attic. Now even if they do go for a push in towards the attic, they have no idea on how to counter these specific operators, and then they just gets picked off out of nowhere. And talking about it, it was just a total of 5 defending rounds going on the side of Team Zero, making it 5-1 in the first half. We did get to see some use retaliation from Ground 9 on defense too, but unfortunately they were just, too busy trying to make one particular play. And then especially from the Goyo himself, he was trying to use the C4 to try to bait out the hard breaching, being opened up into a second floor kids. Didn't see any man, didn't get to see what exactly happened into was the attic, and then unfortunately they just lost it out. So all in all, the only thing that I can say is lack of communication coming in and lack of coordination coming in from Ground 9. So hopefully in the next season, if they do try to figure out what their problem was, try to fix it, maybe we might be able to see a better version of Team Ground 9. Although for Team Zero, though, congratulations to them, they did advance, but they still need to defeat 2 or more just to get into Division 3. So, interestingly enough, you might be able to see some amazing plays coming in from them, but we still have one more match to go, ladies and gentlemen. That's right, we still have one more match to go. It's going to be Deadeye Esports going up against Olympians Esports. It's going to be an interesting match, don't you agree, Jack?
Most certainly, and especially the fact that it is going on a villa, ladies and gentlemen, not Oregon, not cafe, not clubhouse, villa. A map that we haven't seen for quite a while, and it surely is going to make for an interesting game ahead. We'll be right back with the Olympians versus Deadeye game. Stay tuned.
We head for the sky, it's alright. Our wings wouldn't fly, it's alright. If we are crashing down again, pieces of love, it's alright. Scattered in mud, it's alright. You're giving me a lie again. And tell me what you want, this time I won't take it to the heart, 'cause I know we won't make it out. I've heard it all before. Yeah, tell me what you want, let me hear that I'm the only one. You know that we won't make it out. We've heard it all before. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright, so let's move on. 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 We head for the sky, it's alright. Our wings wouldn't fly, it's alright. If we are crashing down again, pieces of love, it's alright. Scattered in mud, it's alright. You're giving me a lie again. And tell me what you want, this time I won't take it to the heart, 'cause I know we won't make it out. I've heard it all before. Yeah, tell me what you want, let me hear that I'm the only one. You know that we won't make it out. We've heard it all before. It's alright. Hey. It's alright. Hey. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright, so let's move on. 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 Alright, so let's move on. We head for the sky, it's alright. Our wings wouldn't fly, it's alright. If we are crashing down again, pieces of love, it's alright. Scattered in mud, it's alright. You're giving me a lie again. And tell me what you want, this time I won't take it to the heart. Cause I know we won't make it out, I've heard it all before. Yeah, tell me what you want, let me hear that I'm the only one. You know that we won't make it out, we've heard it all before. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright, so let's move on. 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 We head for the sky, it's alright. Our wings wouldn't fly, it's alright. If we are crashing down again, pieces of love, it's alright. Scattered in mud, it's alright. You're giving me a lie again. And tell me what you want, this time I won't take it to the heart. Cause I know we won't make it out, I've heard it all before. Yeah, tell me what you want, let me hear that I'm the only one. You know that we won't make it out, we've heard it all before. It's alright. Hey. It's alright. Hey. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright, so let's move on. 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 Alright, so let's move on. We head for the sky, it's alright. Our wings wouldn't fly, it's alright. If we are crashing down again, pieces of love, it's alright. Scattered in mud, it's alright. You're giving me a lie again. And tell me what you want, this time I won't take it to the heart. Cause I know we won't make it out, I've heard it all before. Yeah, tell me what you want, let me hear that I'm the only one. You know that we won't make it out, we've heard it all before. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright, so let's move on. 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 We head for the sky, it's alright. Our wings wouldn't fly, it's alright. If we are crashing down again, pieces of love, it's alright. Scattered in mud, it's alright. You're giving me a lie again. And tell me what you want, this time I won't take it to the heart. Cause I know we won't make it out, I've heard it all before. Yeah, tell me what you want, let me hear that I'm the only one. You know that we won't make it out, we've heard it all before. It's alright. Hey. It's alright. Hey. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright, so let's move on. 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 Alright, so let's move on.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the WD BLACK Esports Club Pro League 4 Rainbow Six Siege, supported by Ubisoft, with your host Blackjack joining me, my co-host Babagusta, and our admin Eisen, as we are here for the third and final game of day 2, the third and final stream game of day 2 of qualifiers in season 4 of the Pro League, going live on your screens in just a short moment, with Olympians Esports attacking against Deadeye Esports' defense, which is going to be very interesting indeed. But before we get into this match on Villa, which is a map we haven't seen in a while, Deadeye Esports, as we found out, is pretty much the entirety of what was formerly known as D3 Team Sky in the previous season. Not entirely sure what point prompted the name change, but regardless, it is certainly going to roll off the tongue a lot better than D3 Team Sky. Deadeye Esports certainly works better in that regard. Speaking of which, let's join our players live on the match right here on the map of Villa in the middle of the ban phase, with Deadeye having already banned Nomad, interestingly enough, but then again, not too surprising, all things considered, seeing as Nomad herself can be a bit of a pain for defenders to deal with, especially in the lower tiers, Division 3 and qualifiers, where excuse me there. especially towards the qualifiers in Division 3, where sometimes going for the flank means there's so much noise happening in certain regards. You don't exactly hear those air jabs with their pulsating sound effect. Blackbeard will be the other one who will be banned on the side of the attack. Nothing to talk about really there. We all know why the Blackbeard gets banned, while Mira will be the ban from the side of Olympian Esports, and Deadeye will decide to ban Wamai. Pretty sure this is nearly 1-for-1 in terms of bans to the Oregon match that we had not too long ago. In terms of the defense, that is Thatcher and Wamai being, Wamai and Mira being the defender bans. And, with all of that being said and done, we're going to be moving into the first round. But before we do, let's have a look at both of the rosters that are here in the lobby for us today. From the side of Olympian Esports, we've got Pikachu Weakened, Scooby Rage, Nemesis, and INV. And from the side of Deadeye Esports, we have Rux Acid, Expansion Tetra, Shockwave, and Roximo Killer. Couple of 6 picks coming out as the first site has been selected. Second floor Aviator Games Room will be the site of choice. And with that, I've kept the man from the mic long enough. Baba, take it away.
Well, thank you for that, Jack. As we proceed to the first round, we do see that 6 pick from Scooby Rage shifting from the Dukebi to the Jackal. Both of them are
Attackers need to
Intel
locate and
operators,
defuse as
but
many bombs as
having
they can.
Jackal not being banned proves to be vital to find the roamers on the side of Deadeye Esports. So, just like Jack talked about it, Deadeye Esports is none other than D3, D3 Clean Sky. They just changed their names, but Deadeye Esports actually looks good for them though. Now let's just focus on the match for now. Shockwave will be the one playing the Echo with the Yokai drones. A total of 2 Yokai drones is quite important. The only difference is that the Yokai drones are
10
not
seconds to go.
invisible anymore, so Shockwave needs to hide those drones in order to be effective. Interestingly enough, we do see some reinforcements from towards the second floor trophy. We might be able to see some extended roam hold coming in from Deadeye Esports, especially Rux and Roximo Killer will be the one who's just going to defend in towards the second floor statuary room as we proceed to the action phase. The attackers have spawned in towards the ruins, whereas Scooby Rage now spawned in towards the fountain, where he will try to solo roam here, which is quite risky though. Solo roam might give much more of an advantage if the attackers did get at least 1 or 2 early kills, so that the others of the other 3 players on the side of Olympian Esports might get their main focus in towards opening up the walls of second floor AVG. Although they do need to be careful of those deployable shield right from the main stairs. Exactly where Expansion Tetra is playing. He has 2 ADS right in front of him, and the second right beside that deployable shield. So that would give them good amount of cover in towards the impacts. Looks like Roximo Killer will be able to find 1 or 2 players pushing in towards the bathroom. I believe that was the Zofia. Looks like Roximo Killer will be able to get his first kill this time. He'll be able to take out Scooby Rage, whereas Rux decides to go aggressive, holds a pixel angle into towards the statuary room, deals some good amount of damage to Envy. That's C4, doesn't have a perfect info, and neither does it deal damage to Olympians Esports. Pikachu, on the other hand, also gets some max damage to Rux, where Rux is just making sure that the attackers would not have control of the second floor trophy and statuary room as best as possible, so that the Olympians Esports have less amount of time. Rux yet another kill, taking out Pikachu this time, making it a 3v5 situation as we proceed to the 1 minute mark.
Interesting couple of kills coming out from both Roximo Killer and Rux. Rux, speaking of almost taking a bit of damage, but Roximo's going to get one, somehow get away with his life from the Thatcher, gets his triple, but will be downed at the very least, and he does get taken down, but only for Rux to come in and finish off INV, getting the refrag right towards the end. And I'm very interested to know how the Malusi was allowed to get away from a bathroom door the way that she did. In the end, the Thatcher, I have questions about what that man was thinking, but regardless, a good first round for the side of Deadeye Esports, going into second floor trophy and statutory with a fairly comfortable win under their belt, all things considered. Ruximo going on a triple kill and a Rux on a double. It's going to be a good omens, all around good vibes for them. And the second round might hold something similar if the side of Olympian Esports do not live up to that name that they have chosen for themselves. Olympian, it's a fairly heavy name, all things considered, and they're going to have to
Defenders,
step
protect your
to the
bombs
plate.
from being
If
defused
they're
by
not able to,
attackers.
well, it won't exactly look good on them. But more importantly, they'll get eliminated, and we'll have to try again in the next season. That wouldn't exactly be too good, as teams are constantly changing rosters, shifting positions in the qualifiers in this lower end of the South Asian region. And while of course it's not a bad thing to be here, this is where all teams started from. Even the best of the best today started from the bottom somewhere at some point. It takes a lot of
10
practice
seconds
and
remaining.
diligence to get up to where they are now, and it all starts here. Olympian
5
Esports
seconds
cannot
remaining.
allow that first round to define them for the rest of this
Attackers'
match,
objective is to
and
locate
to
a
do
bomb and
that, they
defuse
will
it.
have to tighten things up from this round itself, as Deadeye Esports will look to get back into the division stages, this time with a renewed fervor. Given their elimination in the previous season, this time they want to get in, and that can be felt in the energy that they are bringing in to this match.
Well, whether Deadeye Esports winning their first defending round into a second floor AVG, they are back in trophy. We do see the castle's UMP making that bullet hole in towards the statuary room wall. It has been breached, which they did, however, not reinforce the third wall, which would give some maximum roaming capabilities for the defenders themselves. Rux, on the other hand, is still in towards the second floor games room, trying to make sure that the attackers would not gain control of the landing room as best as possible. Shockwave is actually thinking for going for a peek. There you go. The peek will come in. It does not get any,
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been
attackers
dropped.
getting taken out
Attackers
just
recovered the bomb
yet. The
diffuser.
nade will come out to try to take out the Maluski's Banshee deterrent. Unfortunately, it was out of range. The Banshee deterrent will still survive, but not Shockwave though. His nemesis with the AK will claim the life of one particular attacker. He'll be able to seize the hand. Fortunately, we loses the gunfight with the SMG-11 expansion Tetra, making sure he'll be able to get that refrag. He's going to take out a Nemesis. The hard breacher goes down. 1 minute 20 seconds left for the attackers to make their play. They are still in towards the closet, in which Weekend needs to be careful. He will fall back, but he needs to wait a total of 10 seconds for that smoke to dissipate. Anyways, on the other hand, we do see the other players still trying to get control into a second floor landing zone. The expansion Tetra needs to be careful. The reload will come in. A perfect shot though, as Rux gets one kill. Pikachu on the other hand takes out Roximo Killer. Here comes Arsiek again to deny it. Now it all goes down to Weekend in a 1v3 situation. Expansion Tetra going very aggressive. Here's the Malusi's Banshee Terran sound goes in for the push, gets the kill with the SMG-11, and there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, a perfect win for Deadeye Esports to win round 2 on second floor trophy. Talking about the site push from Olympians Esports, the only thing that they've did for the past 2 rounds is just push in towards the courtroom and then in towards the master bedroom, and then just immediately gets picked out from either from Roximo Killer or from Expansion Tetra. So other than that, it would be better to just go in for a push in towards the landing zone, in which they did. I'm not saying that they did not. They did it in the second round. The problem is they're just not winning enough gunfights. Rux, he did held out great, and now they are back in first floor dining room and kitchen.
Defenders,
Let's see
protect your
that
bombs
six
from
pick
being
from
defused
Olympians
by
Esports,
attackers.
where they brought in the Fuse, a very good operator pick, especially on a map like Villa, because all they need is that Fuse cluster charge to not only take out the operators but also deny some of the utilities being placed from that specific position. Who knows, maybe a Banshee deterrent, maybe the ADS will get destroyed, who knows, maybe even a Maestro's Evil Eye Cam gets destroyed. from one single use of cluster charges. Now, Fuse has a total of 4 cluster charges, which it will deal some major damage from utilities as well as skills. But in order to do that, they need the control of second floor trophy and sanctuary room, in which they have started reinforcing just yet. Expansion Tetra and Rux, I believe, will be the one holding the second floor trophy, whereas the Pulse will be able to give good information via the cardiac sensors to make sure that they'll be able to convert those information into kills. I believe it's going to be Roximo Killer and Jaeger going to be holding the side of the second floor astronomy. I have to apologize for that. Second floor astronomy. And with it, the action phase will proceed, and it's going to be the third time where Olympians Esports try their luck, pushing in towards the second floor trophy room yet again. With Pulse giving some useful information, Acid needs to be careful. The Olympians, on the other hand, needs to make use of the drone work, but Nemesis, on the other hand, actually get an early kill here. This time, Expansion Tetra goes down. Acid takes out the drone, which should alert the attackers that there is one player holding very close in towards the laundry room. A Selma Breach is being used to open up an angle in towards the basement, whereas NB is holding in towards the laundry room to make sure that there won't be any aggressive peaks nor an aggressive runouts from Olympians Esport Nemesis. Oh boy. A lot of damage being dealt from the UMP, but an C4 will come in to take out Peak and making it a 4v3. Make that 4v3 as Pikachu claims the life of Rax, and here comes the cluster charges from Fuse. Trying to deal some major damage, but doesn't have the proper information. They should be able to use a total of 4 cluster charges in towards the site itself. That would force the defenders to be in a different position, whereas the attackers might find a way to go for a plan. This is a huge opportunity for the attackers to get in towards the laundry room, go for a default plant, and then wait for the defenders to make a move. But unfortunately, they're losing a lot of drones. They don't have enough information, and Roximo Clear slowly creeping up. But oh boy, for a moment there I thought that Melusi is going to win that gunfight, but it's going to be the Sophia, making it a 4v2 situation as we proceed to 1 minute mark.
Plenty of time being used up right here by Olympians to make this push happen. But Deadeye Esports not exactly faring too well. They've got the 2 UMP using FBI defenders remaining. The Pulse and the Castle, both of them are looking for these kills, which they desperately need right now. Shockwave coming in, trying to stop the planter. Acid's taking a ton of damage. In the meanwhile, he will go down, leaving a Shockwave, the last man standing. You can hear him firing away. He's gotten 1, he's gotten 2, somehow managed to get away for a minute, but Nemesis shut him down. A good push from the side of Olympians, all things considered, even though right towards the end it did start going a little bit southward. They managed to bring it back in time before too much damage was done to them. Excuse me, out there. First floor will not be the side of choice again. It will be second floor Aviator and Games Room from the side of Deadeye, who are going to be going back to the side that has just unlocked for them. They won this side very comfortably. All the action happening towards Trophy and, well, mostly towards Statutory Bedroom and Astronomy. And, they want a repeat of that if they want to go into this lead even farther, conserve their momentum, conserve the plays that they have been making. In the last round, unfortunately, it wasn't quite there for them. They were getting caught off at odd angles, and LinkedIn seemed to be leaning into Deadeye pretty well, all things considered. Round 4 will be underway as Deadeye Esports on this site already making some interesting decisions. I'm seeing looks like they want to go for a slightly expansive hold here, with of course the standard shield on the main stairs, but a rotate in and out of the study room that Shockwave is reinforcing next to. The Echo in play as well, the Yokai drones for information and a little bit of denial. And I'm seeing a shield on the red carpet stairs as well. Interesting decisions being made by Deadeye Esports. The only question is, how effective will they be? Because I'm sure they did this on the first round as well. The only thing they managed to gain off of that defensive hold was that their roam game was fairly strong. Other than that, Olympians kind of just folded, couldn't really put up too much of a fight. This round might be different given that Olympians have taken 1. But 1 often doesn't exactly, often isn't exactly the biggest morale boost that you could want in this situation. given that round
A
4 is
bomb has
going to
been
be a
located.
pivotal round for both sides. If Olympians manage to take this round, they're going to equalize, putting pressure on Deadeye, where their own weaknesses, as in Deadeye's weaknesses, will be exposed. But Olympians are going to be feeling a ton of pressure to go to that situation to begin with, and with already a very hard push coming off towards study room, it's going to make things all the more interesting.
Well, with the study push coming in from the ace, he's almost in towards the entryway of Aviator Room. Barely survives that gunfight against a player. That would be Shockwave, the MP5 SD. Goes for the push, will be able to down and get the confirmation as well. Already, Nemesis going down would give Deadeye in a very good positioning here. Weekend, on the other hand, is trying to hunt down the roamers. Unfortunately, the hunter gets the hunted as Roximo Killer takes out Weekend, making it a 3v4 situation with expansion Tetra taken down. It shouldn't have much of a problem here for Olympia Esports when it comes to planting, because they don't have to worry about those more gas canisters, but they do need to worry about those C4 and gunfights in which Pikachu is trying to contest as Shockwave, going very aggressive with the Bearing Knight. It's going to be Rux who's going to get the kill, and he is still in towards the deployable shield from the main entrance, would give some good amount of cover. The push comes in from the Thatcher, but the MP5ST will claim the kill, which would give Scooby Rage in a 1v3 situation. He has 1 minute, he has 3 flashbangs, he has some major drone works to give some information, but not that much though, because a lot of drones has been taken out, even with the manpower being depleted. So with it, the main push will come in from the main entrance, and Rux will get that beautiful headshot, taking out Scooby Rage, as Jedi Esports will continue their reign of terror, winning round 4 second floor ABG. And also the instant replay that we get, that we are going to be able to see it from Rux. We proceed to round 6. The site will be on second floor trophy room yet again for Team Deadeye Esports. And oh boy, looks like 3-1 will be the scoreline for Deadeye Esports. Olympian Esports need to be careful though, because this time we did see 3 players pushing in towards the study room, whereas the Ace did get the upper hand, dodging a lot of MP5ST bullets. The only problem is he didn't had any utilities to destroy the barbed wires, not the information from the Maestro cams, I believe, and also the yokai drones, in which it was giving some heavy information. And with it, again, we might be able to see Olympian Esports being in trouble, and maybe we might be able to see
Defenders,
5
protect
to
your
1,
bombs from being
just like we
defused
did
by
get to see the
attackers.
previous match here, which was ground 9 versus 0 in map Oregon. I'm just hoping that we might be able to see some bright sides from Olympian Esports, but who knows, we might be seeing some major upsets coming in on round 5. Second floor trophy and sanctuary room will be the site as round 5 continues.
We're seeing a very similar setup to what we saw a few rounds ago. In the second round from Deadeye Esports, you have that inverted shield facing the rotate of the bedroom
10 seconds to
closet,
insertion.
looking at the bedroom closet, that is. And then, of course, you have
5 seconds
the
remaining.
castle barricades going off. Elsewhere, you have the Goyo shields, one inside the bathroom.
Attackers' objective is
And
to locate a
very
bomb
standard, all things considered.
Window secure.
Olympians, in the meanwhile, they're gonna have to try and play around this again. Last round was, all things considered, at the end of the day, very excuse me, they're very not very comfortable, but somewhat comfortable for the side of Deadeye to win through yet again. 3-1, they've got a good lead. They've made sure that Olympians, at the very least, going into roll swap, cannot take a lead above them. That's going to make things even harder for the side of the attacking team. They will be going to defense on Villa for sure. And Villa inherently is a defender-sided map, but at the same time, Olympians being on the
A bomb
defense
has been
doesn't
located.
exactly mean that they have that advantage. There also needs to be a bit of the score factor going into that, and being 1-5 or 2-4 down will not help. And the way they can help that is making it 3-3. That starts with taking these kills. Acid going down with Goyo, the first to drop inside a bathroom, looks like, peeking around that Goyo shield in an unfortunate moment of misjudgment. Gave away his life as Shockwave went for another peek. Didn't get his head taken off, fortunately, but unfortunately did not get a kill either. You're having these deployable shields being taken care of, and the SMG-11 attempted one-tap by expansion Tetra won't get anyone. brings out the shotgun to hold at close range because that is his best ideal situation for the time being. Minute 20 remains as Deadeye Esports are slowly being picked off. INV gets another one. That shockwave off the board. Olympians looking good.
Well, looking good indeed, Jack, as we do see a gunfight coming in from Scooby Rage. Loses that gunfight to the Jaeger, but an instant refrag will come in from the Zofia. 4v2, 1 minute left. Expansion Tetra still alive with a total of 3 smoke gas canisters, in which one of them has been used in towards the entrance of Statuary Dome. Roximo Killer into his trophy. He will hold an angle. He will make sure that he'll be able to try to contest one, but Expansion Tetra will actually get the kill with the SMG-11. A heavy aggressive pick coming in from the Melusi's MP5, claiming one more. Here comes Roximo Killer yet again, getting one more kill. Weekend gets the other, putting it in a 1v1 situation. Weekend has a diffuser in hand, but also Roximo Killer has that information, goes for that aggressive push, be able to plant in on the default site. You just need to wait impatiently as the pre-fire will come in. So does Weekend in towards the landing room. He has to go for the plant because he has that information. Yet again, it's just going to be a back and forth fake plant, whereas Roximo Killer needs to wait for an opportunity. It looks like Weekend is going to go for that fake yet again, and it's going to be Roximo Killer winning that gunfight against Weekend, as Deadeye Esports will win around 5 second floor trophy. A very impressive play coming in from Roximo Killer, and so does Expansion Tetra with the SMG-11 play, and so does the smoke gas canisters. Even the Global Shield was destroyed in towards the second floor statuary room. They did, however, manage to hold their ground. It was a 2v4 situation, even with Olympian Esports having that man count advantage. Unfortunately, it was the execution phase where they lost. As we proceed to round 6, first floor dining room and kitchen will be the site. We might be able to see a 6-pick coming in from the attackers, where they might go in for the fuse. I mean, it did work out well in the first half itself in round 3 first floor kitchen. Maybe going for a fuse yet again in the 6-pick might work out, but I guess they're not going to be able to go for a 6-pick yet. Instead, this time we're going to be see a 6-pick from Deadeye Esports, where Shockwave brings in the castle. So maybe we might be able to see some armor panel being placed at the entrance of the dining, make some line of sight into towards the stairs of basement, and then maybe in towards the windows of the laundry room as well. Who knows? But for now, we might be able to see that but for what I know, that the defenders might be able to hold their ground into a second floor statuary and astronomy room, because it's very important, because they need to make sure that the attackers would not have that vertical lines of sight, because the defenders, that's their only way of holding those sight. If they do not, they will be forced to be either in memorial room or in a particular place where they haven't opened up that line of sight. So with that action phase will proceed, the attackers will spawn in towards the fountain, but interesting enough, a Weekend will spawn in towards the ruins as round 6 will commence.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
There we go. Unfortunately, my mute button seemed to be malfunctioning on my keyboard. I have a hotkey right here. But regardless of that, we've got an interesting setup once again from Deadeye Esports. They seem to like these setups where you have plenty of lines of sight and open rotates that both sides can use depending on who's inside of sight. Shockwave having a little bit of a fun time inside of sight, speaking of. Just making sure his Q and E or whatever his lean buttons are working in a top tier condition. Pikachu, interesting, has already made his way towards pantry stairs from below, but he can't exactly push up because of the castle barricade, and the Ash has joined him, but they seem to be going in a different direction. They could be heading directly into Shockwave's path. Some damage will be done. The Jackal takes a few bullets to his back, but he's not dead. That's what really matters. He's still going to his G. Is this advisable? Turns out it is. The castle somehow loses that, and Shockwave will be the first to fall. Pikachu taking a good kill, despite, losing some HP in that engagement. You have a Boot Jammer pausing the Selma breach onto that pantry reinforcement, which will now be broken open thanks to... No, it won't actually. Expansion Tetra came in time to a pantry to take care of that Selma itself. And the Ace actually pushing with his Selma. He's gonna find the smoke. No, he won't. Expansion Tetra's too good, as he will take care of the Selma breaches back to back. Seems like nothing can stop this man, as Pikachu is gonna find Acid in the meanwhile. The mute will be dropped. A minute remains, as Deadeye Esports are once again in the deficit in terms of the man count, but they certainly have the utility remaining. But Pikachu is making sure that the utility won't count, given that
A
none
bomb
of
has been
them might
located.
be alive by the time the push actually happens. Expansion Tetra has fallen. It's all down to the last man standing, Rux, the Jaeger, outside his sight,
Attackers are
pushing into
activating the
Memorial.
diffuser.
It's been heard and spotted. Pikachu's coming in, eager for his kill. He will peek, but it will be INV to finish off the final defender. Another round going the way of the attack this time around. First floor kitchen once again are being won by Olympian Esports, as Deadeye will still retain the lead, but will have a slight dent in their momentum going into round 7. Roll swap 4-2 up going into attack, as it's a fairly good position to be in, but now that they're in attack, it's going to be that much harder, unless, of course, Olympians' defense does not sort of match up to the standard that we're expecting from them right now. Second floor Aviator is the side of choice once again, as we have a 6 pick out of the Montaigne into the Twitch.
Well, also a 6 pick from Scooby Rage, the Melusi to the Melusi, as the site will be on second floor AVG. This time is going to be Deadeye on attack, whereas Olympian
Attackers
Esports will
need to
be the
locate
one
and
on
defuse bombs.
defense. As we take a look at the scoreboard here, you see Pikachu having a total of 8 kills, and so does Roximo Killer and Rux with a total of 7 kills, both of them. We did get to see how well their coordination was on defense, especially when they were defending on second floor statuary room and a trophy room most of the time, although they had a lot of problems dealing with first floor kitchen twice this time against Olympians Esports. Let's see if that would be the
10
case
seconds
for Olympians Esports too. So the action phase will proceed.
seconds left
Nemesis
before
will bring in the castle. We don't see any
Attackers are moving out to locate a
impacts
bomb and
nor
defuse it.
any denials like the bandit or the Kaid being brought out. So this time Olympians Esports have decided to just go for a head-on gunfight, and also even though if they do open up those walls, there is a higher chances where Deadeye might be able to go in for a post plant, unless and until if they go for a spawn peak or a run out, in which it is very risky for Olympians Esports to do it. But if it does work out well, I mean, why not? Shockwave with the shock drones be able to give not only just information but also deny default cams, one in towards 90 and also in towards the astronomy stairs. Now with it, Olympians Esports, they just needs to win 2 more rounds to get back in the just equalize the round. As Weekend will hear the barbed wire being destroyed in towards the red stairs. The information will be given from Acid as the push has to be underway, whereas Roximo Killer will be able to take out one of the castle armor panels in towards the landing zone as Shockwave decides to push in. Can he get the kill? Yes, he does. First kill comes in to Shockwave as he claims the life of Weekend, making it a 4v5. He will be able to take out the Banshee deterrent. It was disabled though from the Shockwire, in which it is very efficient. The ashes, the breaching charges will be used to open up the AVG deployable shield, and Rux is slowly creeping in towards the 90s. Roximo Killer is with him, just waiting for that split push to happen. A good use of drone plays coming in from Deadeye Esports as is slowly pushing in towards the site. Olympians Esports, they need to be careful. They've lost a lot of man count, in which it was just one, and the attackers are slowly inching in towards the site. Rux will get yet another one, taking out Nemesis, as the entire site of the games room will be cleared, and they are ready to go for a plant at that specific site.
Most certainly they are. Shocker is already in. The C4s are coming in. Somehow doesn't catch him. The smoke grenades will, though, downing and eventually take him down. But Expansion Tetra finds Envy in the meanwhile. Rux finds Scooby. It's a 1v4. All down to Pikachu. The last man standing. Can he get these kills? Can he do at least the little bit of denial that he needs to? He's found one. That's Rux taking care of. But the plant is happening. It won't matter. Acid finds him on the main stairs. And that is the Goyo taken care of from the side of the defense. Deadeye will continue their run of round wins here today, ladies and gentlemen, as they will now go 5-2 up into the 8th round, and we're headed back to Aviator and Games Room.
Well, Aviator Room will be the same site for Olympians Esports. There might be a little bit of changes here. Who knows? We do see in the previous round we did get to see the castle being brought up, but this time we're going to be seeing a mute being brought in because they do know that the drone works from the attackers is excellent. So in order to deny it, maybe some intel denying ops would do the trick for Olympians Esports to at least win the site. So I mean, you still
Defenders,
have
protect your
three
bombs from
much
being
more
defused by
operators that could
attackers.
deny intel. You have Vigil, you have Mute, and also you have the Mozzie, which would more of acts like a hybrid of both intel and an anti-intel, because the Mozzie will be able to catch a drone, which would give information to the defenders. It would much more act of like a defender drone, unless and until if it gets caught. So with it, the defenders will be able to bring in the mute, and unfortunately, Loximo Killer will be disconnected, which would make it a 5v4 situation. Not looking too good
10
there from
seconds left.
Deadeye Esports, because I mean they just need two more wins
5
on
seconds to
attack to
insertion.
secure the win, whereas Olympian Esports are just
Attackers are moving
three
out
rounds
to locate a
behind. If
bomb
they
and
win
defuse it.
3 rounds, they'll be able to make sure that they'll be able to put this match on overtime. Who knows? As we proceed to the action phase, the attackers are spawned into their respective spawn points, whereas the defenders are still yet to make their last preparations, especially the Melusi's Vancy return being placed in towards the main stairs. The drone works will come in from expansion tetra, giving information towards second floor trophy. Sanctuary room saying that it is clear, and then they will push in towards the main site, make sure that there isn't any roamers who decides to go in for a normal peak or a particular position, and then go in towards the side and get those kills. Acid would be the one who will push in towards the astronomy stairs. Might be lucky if he find any footprints, but unfortunately Olympians Esports have decided not to go for the roam and just go for a dirty hold instead. This is a very good decision making coming in from Olympian Esports, knowing that there is a Jackal
A
in
bomb
play.
has been
The scanners
located.
will be able to give away their location, so it's best to just wait for the attackers to make their move, so that they'll be able to make their stand in the site itself. Nemesis in towards the study room, whereas Shockwave gets dealt with some major damage into a statuary room. Will try to retaliate back by going for that a pre-fire in towards the wall. He won't be able to deal some major damage, but neither the man count hasn't decreased from both of these teams just yet. Although Roximo Killer have an unfortunate disconnect, which would give Deadeye in a very bad spot in the early round itself.
Not exactly the best place to be for Deadeye Esports, but so long as they avoid losing bodies here, they will be able to make the best of this situation. Acid, unfortunately, missing his shots on Scooby Rage. The Jaeger will manage to rotate back into sight, 4 versus 5, and no defenders are down yet, making the situation that much harder for Deadeye Esports. Gas grenades are going off to make sure that the push into sight excuse me right there, is as delayed as possible, while Olympians are simply holding on for dear life. A few drone hole peaks from Spoon Rage doing a ton of damage. Expansion has to get out of there, and he does, noticing the drone hole shots coming his way just in time, as you have the summer breaches going off, or an attempt to go off on that vault wall. Still won't, given that the mute jammers are there in that region. You have more shots being fired. How are they falling for this drone hole angle? Scooby Rage is going to find Acid. That's your first drop of the round. Very
15
late
seconds left.
indeed, but that just speaks about the
10 seconds to go.
excuse me right there, about the way that the defense has gone about this. 3 versus 3, however. A couple of kills have dropped. Pikachu gets Lux, however. The reflect comes in. The plant is happening, and it's all down to the planter, who will also be taken down by Scooby Rage. Pikachu found Shockwave. That opened up that kill potential, and as we will see in the instant replay, it was very much a botched attempt from the side of Deadeye Esports to get into sight and get themselves in a good situation. Unfortunately, we're going to have to use the pause timer, ladies and gentlemen, to allow the to allow Team Deadeye Esports to have their last player join into the lobby. Roximo Killer unfortunately disconnected, and he will have to come back as soon as possible. Hopefully, this won't take too long, as the site in selection will be Trophy Room and Statutory from the side of the defense. And this ninth round is certainly going to be very interesting, given that the score is 5-3.
Well, for now, we just to talk about the first half itself. Olympians esports. They definitely not had a good day in the attack rounds itself. Although they did successfully won on first floor kitchen twice in round 3 and round 6. Not being able to win in second floor AVG and trophy will give Deadeye Esports the lead that they need, 4-2. Then we did get to witness the second half, where second floor AVG was the site and Olympian Esports were on defense. They did not, however, control the way how aggressive Deadeye Esports were. They did get, especially Rux and Roximo Killer, were the one who was getting more of those early kills, 2 to 3 times, gets the control on Sanctuary Room, and then slowly start pushing in towards AVG and 90, in which the defenders from Olympian Esports were pressured and confused. Whether and they were forced to make a they were forced to make a decision on either to peek in on one particular direction or the other, because most of the time where they're peeking on one direct position, they always gets fragged out, or just gets taken out from the other players. So it was more of like a very difficult situation for the defenders to go through. They didn't had smoke grenades, sorry, the smoke gas canisters from the smoke to work out with. They had C4s. The C4s didn't work out well either, even on round 7 itself on second floor AVG. Even with the disconnect on round 8, just like Jack talked about it, the Jaeger who was holding in towards the vault room with the drone hole, dealing some major damage to both expansion Tetra as well as the Jackal, who was still holding an angle in towards 90. Getting those kills was crucial for Olympian Esports to win that round on second floor EVG. That would leave Olympians to defend in two sites, which should be on the second floor sanctuary room and trophy room, and the first floor dining and kitchen. Although the last site is much more of like a ghost town, because basement site, no one actually picks basement site on a map like Villa, unless and until if you want to if you want to go for it like a meme style. But for now, since you're playing it seriously, won't be able to go for that specific site. So my most guess will be on second floor statuary room, because statuary room has a higher chance of success for the defenders to hold in, for Olympian esports to deal with. So yeah, we did get to see how Olympians esports did had that early kill in round 5 second floor trophy. It was a 2v4 situation, and the way how Deadeye esports handled it was so good that Olympians esports had absolutely no idea on how to counter it. Yes, in the attack coordinations, they were good on early rounds. They had good amount of drones, which gets picked off quite often, and there were some times where in the early kills they could not handle out how aggressive their team was, especially in the first round second floor AVG. You do see the entire attacker starts to push into a second floor trophy room, and then just gets completely obliterated from the second floor astronomy. That's where Roximo Killer and Rux, both of them are holding the sites all together. And with it, the only thing that I can say for Olympian esports is to try to take out the main fraggers, so that if they do take it out, they just have to deal with the hard breaches and the intel gathering operators, which should be the Twitch. They do bring in a Twitch a lot more often, in which they decided, you know what, they're having a lot of intel. How about let's just bring in the mute, so that they won't give much amount of intel, and also try to take out the shock drones without even engaging in a gunfight against it. So Olympians esports, they do know how to adapt to certain situations, especially on defense. But on attack, I kind of worry on attack, especially for Olympians esports, because Deadeye. Because Deadeye in second half itself, they did win second floor ABG. There is a higher chances where they might be able to win it out even on trophy room and dining room, unless and until if they get outplayed, or just get they just decide to just play utilities moreover. So match three, a very interesting match that we'd get to see, and also a final match that we'd get to cast about. Olympians Esports versus Deadeye. A map is on Villa. The bans are BB, Mira, Nomad, and Vumai. Most of the bans I do get to see on Villa are most probably a Jackal, Montaigne, Mira, or Melusi. But this time it's just they brought in a different bands, because they've brought in they just banned in BB, especially from Olympians Esports, because we understand, we don't want the defenders try to contest against a particular operator who has the rifle shield in hand, basically has a one up, where he has the higher chances to win that gunfight against the defenders. So with it, Deadeye Esports, all they need is to win two more. Actually, yeah, two more rounds. Currently, the score count is 3-5. They need two more rounds to win. So, Jack, do you think that Deadeye Esports is going to win it out, making it 7-5, or will Olympian Esports put it to overtime?
Well, for the time being, I like how you sort of put in your prediction right there as well, Baba. 7-5 could certainly go that way, given the way Olympians is playing on the defense. But it could also be that the previous round was simply the 4v5 affecting Deadeye a little bit too adversely. And now that they have Roximo Killer back, we'll see a better version of them playing out on second floor trophy and statutory room. That is right, Roxima Killer is back. The pause timer has been unpaused, and we'll be heading back into the game right now, joining our players back in this ninth round. Coming back for all of our viewers from the slightly lengthier than usual pause timer break. But at the end of the day, it offers a little break from the action. It offers a little bit of respite from all of the, the scintillating action happening here at the Esports Club. And it is what it is. Sometimes you get these disconnections that happen every time. And we've seen that, we saw that yesterday when me and Foxy were casting the first game, and it was about to go to overtime. We had a disconnection, completely ruined the flow of the ever so present catchphrase that I like to shout, and completely ruined my neighbor's night from. But point notwithstanding, right now, Deadeye Esports, they have the lead, a good lead, and this little break may have just given them the little time they needed to bring their momentum back into their favor. To talk about how they can do that, given that Olympians have at the very least been able to put up small roadblocks in their path. But right now, given everything that we've seen so far, I'm still not sure if the Olympians have what it takes to beat Deadeye. At the very least, Deadeye, we've seen them before in the division stages. We know what they're capable of for the most part. Olympians, not so much. And that is something that will definitely, not allow us to make these predictions as accurate as we want them to. Interestingly enough, INV is actually playing Smoke with the FMG9. Not a gun you see often, seeing as the shotgun and the SMG-11 is the meta with Smoke, always has been. Although the FMG-9, if you were to ask, anybody who plays that weapon, will tell you that it's a slightly underrated weapon, all things considered. Good rate of fire, low recoil, but the damage output, doesn't really sell it for a whole lot of Smoke players. Right now, Scooby Rage peaking 90. Could find somebody. I believe there's somebody out by 90. And yes, that is Expansion Tetra, the ace who will go down. The first kill confirmed. The Jaeger going for a second one. A new round, second helpings, if you will. He's not actually going to find anybody. He'll have to fall back after giving away his position. Once again, Deadeye Esports playing a 4 versus 5. This time it's Expansion Tetra who will not be influencing the round, despite being here. At the very least, he can get callouts through drones, but Scooby Rage will find it down. Cannot get the kill, though, because of Pikachu, who has team killed his teammate and taken the kill of Roximo Killer. Unfortunate, as Scooby Rage will fall. And that's not going to make it any easier for the side of Deadeye Esports, however, seeing as, oh, well, never mind. The Ash will come in, take a kill. Nemesis falls 3 versus 3. Man count is equalized, but some shots are fired. The FMG9 doing damage to Rux, and the gas canister goes off to conceal the region that the smoke is hiding in. Shots are fired. Rux is down, but so is Pikachu. And now Envy is facing off against the Twitch coming his way. Shots are fired, but neither of them can quite get the kill onto each other. Flashbangs going off as a revive will happen onto Pikachu, but a kill will be confirmed instead. Acid gets 1, gets 2, gets 3. The easiest walk into sight that he could have asked for, as we will see in the instant replay. Good stuff from Deadeye, more importantly from Acid, using the distraction going off on the other side of site to simply get in, march in, effectively speaking, get a triple kill, march back out, putting the side of Deadeye Esports on match point. Unfortunately, that down onto Pikachu, the mute, seemed to be what really crippled the side of the defense right there, and Olympians certainly suffered because of that. Second for Trophy Room and Statutory will be the site of choice once again, and with this 9th round coming into play, it's all or nothing for the side of Olympians Esports.
3-6. Deadeye Esports are the one in match point. If they get one more, they'll be able to eliminate Olympian Esports and try their luck in the next season. Olympian Esports, so talking about their, hold, though, especially Scooby Rage, getting those 2 kills was very important, but an unfortunate team kill from Pikachu right into towards the astronomy room did somehow give the win on the side of Deadeye Esports. So I do appreciate how well Olympians Esports are on defense, but if they do keep making these mistakes little by little, Redeye Esports will be able to use those weakness into their advantage and just completely decimate them one after the another. With it, Redeye Esports 6-3, they are on match point, and with it, the action phase will proceed. The Weekend finishing his final reinforcements in towards the bathrooms. I believe the attackers have spawned in towards the ruins, and they'll start trying to push in towards the landing room. Although, interesting enough, we do see Shockwave spawning towards the main entrance, holding an angle right towards the second floor landing room. It is, in fact, a very good angle in which the defenders needs to be careful. Dronauts will come in from the attackers to clear out the site clear out a particular place into a second floor ABG study room as well as the 90s room, so that they'll be able to push in and then decides to go for a push, eliminate them one by one. Most of the time it's always Rux, the man with the Ash, who's making some important plays and also an important kills from them as well. But if he gets taken down early, that would give Olympian Esports the one who's going to be in the advantage. And talking about it, the first start has already begun. Shockwave gets one, Nemesis gets the other with the MP5, taking out Scooby Rage and Rux immediately, making it a 4v4 situation. The man count is still equalized. Pikachu is still in towards the red stairs, holding the MP5K in hand. Just needs to worry that the drone works from the attackers would not find his spot. If they do not find him at the right moment, then the attackers needs to be careful for watching their flanks. Currently, INV will be bringing up the Rook with the MP5 2.0 magnification scope in hand. It is very opportunistic when it comes to winning a lot of long-range gunfights. C4 will come in from the mute. It doesn't work out as the push will come in towards the second floor trophy room. Some of the operators get stuck with the Legion boom mine, but a lot of prefires will come in from the defenders to make sure that they would keep the attackers in bay. Nemesis still holding that vertical line of sight, might be able to find one in towards the statuary room, but looks like Expansion Tetra might be able to find one in towards the astronomy room. Goes for that prefire, doesn't work out well. The C4 comes in from the defenders, won't work out yet again. Shockwave sees the leg and also gets the kill, getting a double kill, loses the SMG11, but an instant refrag will come in from Pikachu. 3 kills right into towards the bedroom, but will he get the refrag? No, it does not. Nemesis with the final kill will be able to get the kill on towards Roximo Killer. as will be the one winning around 10 second floor trophy. And also, as we take a look at it in the Act 5 instant replay, ladies and gentlemen, Olympian Esports, they are not giving up just yet. 4 to 6. Round 11 will proceed. Second floor ABG will be the site. And will we see a comeback? We're about to find out.
Well, it is most certainly possible, especially if the side of the attack keeps lining up that way, the way they did towards landing for Pikachu to take full advantage of them. He just went in, MP5K in hand, had absolutely zero trouble because for whatever reason, nobody from the side there nobody from the side of Deadeye was watching the back of the team. Nobody was playing lookout, and they really didn't seem to know where that flank would be coming from. And unfortunately, that turned out to be what was their downfall in that round. And Olympians will certainly be looking at that and thinking, all right, this is our cue, this is our chance, our moment to make this work. If it does, then all the better for it. If not, well, it would be very unfortunate for the side of them. You know, it is the qualifiers. Only one team can go forward, one team has to lose. And at the end of the day, all things considered, Deadeye Esports, you know, we've seen them in the division stages before. We know that they are capable of getting there. Olympians were the sort of underdog story of the night, and if they are able to make this comeback, then they will certainly be fulfilling that role with a little bit more clarity than right now. Because given the mistakes both sides are making, I mean, I commented about Deadeye Esports lining up the way they did on landing. Excuse me, there. On landing the statutory entry. But then again, we've had Olympian Esports messing up quite a bit in their attack as well, as Envy seems to be a little confused about why that patch of wooden wall didn't break with the revolver. As the revolver was, of course, it's been a while since this happened, but it was given a little buff in terms of its destructive capability, as it could do just a little bit more soft destruction than it could before. It still can't take out the wooden beams though, so, you know, it's good for lines of sight, not good for rotates. Standard stuff, as Nemesis will miss the push from the Zofia, but still get the kill regardless. That's going to be Roximo Killer down, and an unfortunate peak, walking directly into the line of sight of the Melusi, practically giving away that kill to the side of the defense. Olympians starting strong once again. Deadeye getting a little bit too far ahead of themselves the way they're playing this match. And most certainly, it's not going to be helped if they continue to do it this way. Nemesis, here's the barbed wire being broken, will fall back into sight itself. Although I don't think he really needed to worry about that too much, as Rux, oh well then, it was caught on the Banshee, but it won't matter, as he will go up, take a kill, tries to fall back, gets taken down by Pikachu. Double kill for the Melusi, going strong in this round. It's suddenly a 2v4, as Deadeye Esports are now in a bit of a situation. Olympians are looking strong. They seem to be coming back, and Baba's prediction seems to be coming true. If it does, we might be in for a very interesting set of rounds here. Playing passively, knowing that D3 has to make the play. The longer the timer ticks on for, the more desperate D3 gets, and the more mistakes they will make. It is especially true, for Deadeye, given that we have seen them do it time and time again. It's one of the reasons that they're back here in the qualifiers and still not in Division 3. Weekend hits a few gunshots right there, but that's an unfortunate push right there, as the Legion had already downed Acid and Expansion Tetra. Deciding to go for an all or nothing is also going to get taken down, and with that, we are here at the round of ones. One round for Olympians to win and push us into overtime, and one round for the side of Deadeye Esports to finally win this game. They've been sitting on match point for the last 3 rounds, haven't quite been able to secure it. Will this round be that one that they take? Let's find out on First Floor Dining and Kitchen.
The site where the defenders needs to worry about that vertical line of sight. First floor dining slash kitchen. It's going to be a challenge for Olympians Esports to put this match on overtime. We do see that six pick from NV switching from the Warden to the Pulse, and also from Shockwave, actually from from Shockwave, bringing in the Twitch. We won't be able to see any problems dealing with the walls being able to open unless and until if they do place a reinforcements in towards the trophy room. The only difference, will we see Olympian Esports defending in second floor trophy? I mean, there is a higher chance because you have Envy with the cardiac sensors. He'll be able to relay the information to their teammates, and they just need to make sure that they'll be able to win those gunfights right from the second floor itself. If they do get one or two kills and just decide to fall back and wait for the attackers to make their move, that actually works out well. You just need to be careful on the execute rounds where the specific place where the attackers might go in to make their play, getting those kills in towards the gunfights and see whether it works out or not. With that, action phase will proceed. 5-6 is the scoreline. Dead Eye Esports in match point, whereas Olympian Esports is one round away to putting this match on overtime. Will we see it, or will we see Dead Eye Esports denying it? We're about to see one though. Shockwave, the early kill, taking out Envy with that impressive wall bang in towards the in towards the window of the stairs in towards kitchen. That is not going to look well here because that is the Pulse being taken out. No more of those cardiac sensors, no more of those C4s being tossed out into a second floor trophy dome, in which it was vital for Olympian Esports to get that information, and so does another kill, and this time it's going to be Pikachu in the hands of Shockwave. 3 more kills and Shockwave might be able to get the ace, but we won't be able to see it though, because already two players have gone down. They can be able to go for a push in towards the laundry room, but they need that information. Nemesis slowly creeping up towards the basement stairs. He just needs to make sure that there isn't any particular attackers who decides to go on aggressive. The drones are still alive for the attackers, which would give some major information. Acid will throw the EMP, which would make yet another angle in towards the laundry wall, as Nemesis with the MP5 will claim the life of Shockwave. An important kill, as Shockwave has been taken care of, even with the 2 kills happening. 3v4, a very difficult situation here for Olympian Esports as the vertical line of sight has been introduced. And with it, the time starts to tick, and Nemesis decides to go for the flank.
Interestingly enough, while Nemesis goes for the flank onto second floor, you have Roximo Killer still here, but the Ash rotated down in time. Nemesis is going to see the Zofia, just about wins that gunfight. Tons of whiffed shots, but she's still alive, the Melusi that is, and that is what matters. Man count has been equalized. Rux is now hunting for Nemesis, but it's too little too late. Acid, is caught on one of those Banshees as shots are fired in his general direction, but Scooby Rage knows better than to peek in this situation. EMP goes out from the Thatcher as Nemesis will find another one. Rux, somehow Nemesis is being allowed to get away with these kills as Scooby Rage finds one more, but Expansion Tetra will shut down a Weekend in the meanwhile. Can he get the Jaeger? No, he can't. And Scooby Rage will shut down Expansion Tetra. Olympians making a very interesting comeback right here, ladies and gentlemen. And I believe everybody knows what time it is. We are, in fact, ready to rumble for the 13th round. Coming in on our screens right here, right now. 6-6 overtime as we'll be headed to Aviator and Games Room.
Aviator and Games Room will be the site for Olympians Esports to defend. So we take a look at the scoreboards. Pikachu with a total of 17 kills, whereas Rux and Shockwave, both of them are in double digits, 12-10. Looks like the attack coordination from Dead Eye Esports is not favoring well in their position. We do see a 6-pick from Envy switching from the Caviera to the Capcan, which would provide some attentiveness from the attackers, because the EDDs are a very irritating gadget. I mean, back in those days, the EDDs only used to have just 3 of them, in which in just one hit is more than enough for the attackers to just, get eliminated. But this time, the Capcan having a total of 5 EDDs, which would deal a damage to 60, they need at least they just need to get caught from 2 ADDs. 1 ADDs is more than enough, because if they get caught from 1 ADDs, that would be 60 damage being off. That would give the defenders a higher chances of winning the gunfight, in which all they had to do is to just hit one body shot, which would give them the confirmation of the kill. That's how devastating those ADDs are. And then bringing it towards bring it towards on overtime, and that too on 6 pick, will be very dangerous for the attackers if they are not attentive enough. They just need to make sure in the drone works they'll be able to find those ADDs, so that they'll be much more careful and just go in for the push. We do see the attackers already spawned in towards the ruins, getting the access in towards the study room. Currently, they're in the balcony. They're just gonna drone it out yet again, just to make sure they don't want to get spawn peeked or run out of nowhere from the defenders. Who knows? In a game of Siege, you can bring out that unpredictability to get those important kills, going for that high risk, high reward, which in fact, so works both for the attackers as well as on defenders. But this time, with Nemesis playing into worst kitchen, surprisingly enough, which means that it will be some other time where Nemesis gives that important call out. There is that pre-placed C4, which means a bait has been placed in towards the second floor astronomy. Nemesis not taking out those Twitch shock drone might be able to bamboozle the attackers here as she proceeds pushing in towards the living room. He knows that there is a push into a study, and so does the main entrance, in which Acid is still holding an angle. Pre-fire will come in from Envy in towards the second floor games room. Won't get a shot just yet, as the attackers are patiently waiting to make their move. Nemesis gets his first kill with the MP5, taking out Rux immediately. That is an important kill coming in from Deadeye Esports. They need to make sure that they get those kills. And talking about Deadeye, they had that opportunity and now they've missed it. Whereas Olympian Esports on defense, they are very strong, even with the C4 being used from Shockwave, which would down him. And that too, it was a pre-placed C4 from Melusi herself. All she needed was that information, and that information was so pure that would put Deadeye in a very difficult situation. 4v4, Roximo Killer gets one, taking out Envy as we proceed to the 1 minute mark.
50 seconds remain. Olympian Esports looking fairly strong, all things considered. Once again, playing passive and Envy. Oh, dear me. That's not going to look too good for Shockwave. Not only did he get down by the C4, now he's going to get cap-canned from beyond the grave. Like I said, it's not going to look good on him too much. The shots are about to be fired, and Roxima will, in fact, find one that is weak and taken care of. But Nemesis, that Twitch drone, came alive right at the end. Shockwave or Rux, one of them was on that drone, and they will be giving the call up that there's a flank approaching, but Acid looks away at the wrong time. He will go down. Nemesis being allowed to take that. Roxy goes down as well, and it's all down to the ace. He finds one, but can he find the remaining two before it's time to plant? No, he can't. He goes out and goes out of the round as well. Expansion Tetra will fall as Scooby Rage makes sure that for the first time in this match, and there really couldn't have been a better time for this, Olympian Esports will be the ones to go into match point, take their first lead in the game, but more importantly, make it overtime match point 7-6 going into round 14. Once again, excuse me right there, Deadeye seems to be a little bit all over the place. Their coordination on the attack definitely not there, just like Baba pointed out. I'm not sure why their flank watch seems to falter every single round. We had the lineup a couple rounds ago. We had Acid just, for whatever reason, deciding to unpeak the flank watch that he was peaking on, admittedly on red carpet stairs, but he had a general direction to look at where Nemesis was coming from. He decided to unpeak, try to push into sight, and he got taken out because of that exact reason. Had he not done that, had he found Nemesis, that round could have turned out very differently for the side of Deadeye. Unfortunately, it did not, and with that, we will be moving into the 14th round, 7-6 on the scoreline. Olympians, one round away from making this match their own.
Well, one round for Olympian Esports to make a huge comeback, and one round again for Deadeye Esports to equalize their round 7-7.
Oh dear, I believe our co-host Babagusta seems to have disconnected. Unfortunate right there, but it looks like everyone is going to be stuck with me for the time being, ladies and gentlemen. As Olympians, just like he said, they being in the lead, Deadeye is going to have some problems in this situation as they might be on the defense, but they are on the deficit, and the pressure that is on them right now will certainly be very, very difficult to deal with. Site itself, of course, is second for AVG, as is to be expected, but the Kaid will go down because of Scooby Rage repelling on that main balcony area, peeking through the door through their own rotate. As Olympians' attack seems to be going off, starting on the right foot. You found Acid, that's your Kaid taken care of, one of the anchors inside of sight, who unfortunately who unfortunately was busy making a peek that he shouldn't have been. Regardless, one down, four to go. We have Expansion Tetra on the main stairs, which is currently being droned out as we speak, along with Sight itself. Plenty of soft breach going off as well. You have both the hard breachers pushing this direction. That's going to prompt Rux to fall back towards Sight as well, given that Deadeye that I cannot afford to make a mistake here. Pikachu and Expansion Tetra will trade with each other, but that's just going to put Deadeye at an even bigger disadvantage. They have now lost their smoke at the cost of a Zofia, who admittedly is very much they're very much important for this push, while we have Nemesis disconnecting. That's certainly very interesting right there. That's going to equalize the man count between both sides, but more importantly, is going to allow the side of Deadeye, right there, to make a potential comeback. Smoke grenades will be fired as Scooby Rage will fall in towards the main stairs area. EMPs are going off along with track stingers, but Olympians could still have this as you have multiple shots being fired. Scooby Rage will in fact still go down. Roximo takes that. Rox takes another, and Roximo coming up the main stairs will also get another one as well. That's going to definitely hurt the side of Olympians, ladies and gentlemen, while the side of Deadeye will they will put themselves into a much better position than they were just a second ago. We're going to have to pause, ladies and gentlemen, because of that curious disconnect, the curious circumstance that we found ourselves in from the side of from the side of the from the side of Deadeye right here. Unfortunately, they are, well, fortunately for them, they have managed to live one more round, 7-7 being the scoreline rather, in their favor, while we have Olympians faltering slightly in that defense, definitely missing their fifth man, and definitely not looking too good in this situation, as a trophy and statutory room will be the site of choice in round 7, round 15. And it seems that Baba Gusta has rejoined us. Baba, how do you do?
Yeah. Well, I didn't get to witness what exactly happened from there, but yeah, 7-7. Ladies and gentlemen, 7-7. We are still waiting to see what's going to happen here. And to be honest, I didn't get to witness the previous round there from second floor AVG. But talking about the second half, though, from Olympians Esports, they won 4 defense rounds in a row. And this time on second floor AVG in round 14, where Deadeye Esports were on defense, they did win it out. And yeah, here we are, round 15, the final round, the deciding round to figure out who's going to be the one to take the map on Villa. Is it going to be Olympians Esports, or is it going to be Deadeye Esports? It's a very difficult question that needs to answer. The only thing that I can say is the one who is on defense has the higher chances of winning. Although second floor AVG is not on the table for both of them. So since Olympians esports are the one on defense, second floor trophy room and sanctuary room will be the site for them, in which it is going to be a very difficult decision there for Olympians esports, because we did get to see the mute who accidentally TKs his teammate to get the confirmation of the kill in towards the 90. But other than that, yes, they did know that they made their mistakes and started to build up in round 10 itself, where the site was on second floor trophy. A very impressive comeback that we did get to witness here from Olympians esports. But for Deadeye, they had the chance in the first half itself, winning 4 rounds of defense in the first half, and then they've only won 2 rounds on attack in round 7 and round 9. So higher chances for Deadeye Esports to win in this final round would be around 30 to 40%. Yes, I'm actually using maths, and I'm actually using a percentage to determine how much chances that Deadeye Esports have in winning it out. But still, when it comes to defense hold on Villa, both of these teams have been performed excellent. And talking about their attack coordinations from both these teams, they still have a lot to improve. Although in Deadeye Esports in second half itself on round 7, they were confident, especially with Rux and Roximo Killer were the one who was making those impressive plays in the in the second half. Then afterwards, it's just disappeared. I don't know what exactly happened there. It's maybe because they've not watching enough flank routes from the defenders. It's not that they did not expect any much more aggressive plays coming in from them. It is very difficult to detect what's going to happen, especially when Pikachu is he's the one who's making a lot of plays for their team. 18 kills to Pikachu. That is a lot from the man who's playing much more of like a hard breacher, or technically a support role on defense. Getting that much more kills, making sure that the attackers won't have enough opportunities to get into the site, is what making me surprised. So yeah, I still have faith in Deadeye, especially if the only thing is that I just want to make sure that Rux or Roxymore Killer doesn't get picked off early. If they did, if Rux or Roxymore gets taken out immediately at the early round itself, I would definitely say that Olympians Esport might take this round up.
That is certainly quite the in depth look at this match so far, Baba, and I would have to agree. Roximo Killer going down early or staying, or just for that matter, the first frag being taken away from the side of Deadeye seems to be what determines if they will win the round itself or not. They've had these moments before where they look like they might be able to take it, but because they have that man disadvantage, they are not able to. Like I said, like we mentioned earlier in the match itself, around, the halfway point of the game, where we sort of talked about how when the side of Deadeye is pressured, especially with man disadvantage, they start making some less than stellar decisions, some less than stellar ideas come to their head, and they make those pushes ill advised. They stop watching flanks and they do a bunch of things that they really shouldn't, and then they start losing even more bodies, which puts them under more pressure, which makes them think even in a worse way of going about things. And that, unfortunately, with all that being said, we still don't have the final player back, Nemesis, but apparently he is connecting back very soon indeed. So do not worry, ladies and gentlemen. This is not a rehost. We will not be here for the next 25 minutes for all of our viewers. We'll be going back within the next few minutes. In fact, the pause timer coming in clutch yet again for all of us here at the Esports Club, for all of our viewers here at the Esports Club Pro League as well. And all things considered, we might even have this game wrapped up nice and quickly, and going into relive the moment before, of course, we eventually end things out like we always do. And we're all just kind of waiting and watching for this last player to come in as quickly as possible. Again, since it was a disconnect, they'll be able to reconnect back into the lobby, because that does not count as an abandon. Of course, anybody who's played custom games for Rainbow Six will know that you can either choose to abandon or simply return to the main menu and reconnect back. And disconnects and crashes count as that. You've just left the game, but you can reconnect. It's not an abandon. So, you know, it's going to allow them to come back as soon as possible. Nemesis, he's been making plays for his team, mind you, and he's been doing some good work. Pikachu might be the one going away with the most number of kills in the game so far, but Nemesis has certainly been instrumental, especially in this latter half of the match, as we wait for him to join back nice and quickly before, of course, the default timer for the pause timer runs out. As a reminder for all of our viewers, the pause timer itself has a little time limit. It's not indefinite for whatever reason. It goes up to 10 minutes of a standard timer. And once those 10 minutes are over, we'll unfortunately have to go into a rehost only, and only if the last player isn't back. Nemesis needs to connect back quickly because we are slowly running out of time. I'm pretty sure, although I don't really have a timer running around in like a timer clock running in my vicinity. I'm pretty sure it's getting close to 10 minutes at the very least, and we're just waiting to see how soon or how long it takes for Nemesis to join back. Again, it's all down to the curious circumstances around which he got removed from the game. But looks like we're going to have to go into a little bit of a break to get the player back nice and quickly. So, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, we will be right back. Have to take a bit of an extended break from the action, and we'll be right back. Stay tuned. All right, then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the game between Olympian Esports versus Deadeye Esports. Coming back to you live from the map of Villa, which will be starting up in just a quick second. We've got all the players back in the lobby. Had to go for a full rehost in the end, unfortunately, as whatever issue was plaguing Nemesis forced him to not rejoin the game by the time the pause timer was up. But he is back, and so are the rest of the teams. So we'll be going into the match without further ado. Overtime match point round 15, the very final round of the match. Let us join our players live right here, right now. This is going to be the final round for both sides. All stakes will be in play, and it's all for the taking between both of these teams. They've put up a tremendous fight so far, and they will be looking to take it even farther as Envy switches out to the Capcan and Shockwave out to the Twitch. The match is back live, and it's going to be a very interesting one indeed.
Very interesting match indeed, Jack. With it, we will proceed to the final round on map Villa to decide who's going to be the winner of this match. This is going to be Deadeye Esports on attack. This is going to be Olympian Esports on defense. We're about to find out when Nemesis will complete loading, and with it, the final round will commence in any second now. Well, talking about it though, second half, just like we had our discussions, Jack, Olympian Esports very strong on defense. Just as I talked about it in the rehost itself, Olympian Esports has a higher chances of winning on defense. Since the side is on second for trophy, it's going to be a lot of pressure here. Since we did have that rehost will give a bit of a time for both of these teams to understand what's going, understand what kind of push that the attackers will make, and also like try to figure out what kind of counters that they'll be able to do. So with it, they're just going to keep that in mind. But it's just all or nothing here, ladies and gentlemen. This is the moment where both of these teams will fight it out to get a spot in Division 3, and with this overtime will be a very sad day for either of these teams, because unfortunately one of these teams will be eliminated out for season 4 and try their luck next one. With that, action phase will proceed with the Capcan's EDD being brought in here from IN. It's just going to be a last final chance here for both these teams to figure out who's going to be in the next match. Is it going to be Olympian Esports or Deadeye? Let's find it out in the action phase, where the attackers have spawned in towards the ruins. Are already a vertical line of sight is being made. First, it comes in from Roximo Killer, taking out Scooby Rage. An important kill as the Jaeger goes down, and with it, the man count as well. Drones will come in from the attackers, giving useful information, taking out the EDDs as well as disabling the Belushi's Banshee deterrent, so that the attackers will completely make their focus in towards a particular position. Capcan, on the other hand, will be able to make some holes in towards the second floor sanctuary room to at least go for a C4 play or an impact. But unfortunately, it's too late, as the Ace Summer Breach charges will make a lines of sight. Already 3 players in towards the master bedroom as well as on the closet. It's up to Olympian Esports to make their play. Impact nades will be used to deny it. They will, however, succeed it, but now the pressure is in from the attackers. Weekend will use his impact nades, and it will succeed, forcing the attackers to be in a particular position. But looks like the impact nades didn't work out well, as the ace will succeed, opening up the line of sight into a statuary room, and then try to push in from the site. Eliminate players one by one. They have the man count advantage as the aggressive push will come in from Shockwave. Doesn't see a player into worst trophy, in which Pikachu will get the confirmation, making it a 3v4 situation here. Olympian Esports still in trouble. The way how aggressive Shockwave just went through will prove a dent into the Olympians' defense. But looks like Pikachu still wants to make a fight, taking out Expansion Tetra. But that's an immediate trade from both of them, which would put it in a 2v3 situation.
The man count going the way of Deadeye, something that they desperately needed if they wanted to win this encounter. Interestingly enough, the Roxima killer right there deciding to use one of his utilities to take care of a Banshee that was inside the bathtub. Not sure how effective it was, other than forcing Roxima Killer to be slightly slow on the door to bathroom and astronomy. And even then, if he had his wits about him, he wouldn't be too bereft of line of sight. We have Nemesis coming up, however. He's the last man standing now. He's made some plays and he's going to have to make a few more. Will he be allowed to? He's been spotted, shot at, low on HP, and it will be Rux to take him down. Nemesis falls. Excuse me right there. Nemesis falls, and with that, the side of Deadeye will be the ones to win 8-7 after a very hard-fought battle indeed, and they were 4-2. Excuse me right there. 4-2 and even 6-3 up on the match point, but they were not able to make it work. As in the side of the side of Olympians were not able to make it work despite making a comeback from 2-4 down to 7-7. They couldn't quite get the kill, and with that, the match itself has been concluded. Deadeye will be your winners here in this match between two very good teams, all things considered. For the qualifiers, Deadeye will go ahead to the next phase of the qualifiers, and we will see them tomorrow. Unfortunately for Olympians, their story will end here once again, and they will need to try again in the next season, the final season. Season 5 of the Pro League. It's almost come to an end, but there's plenty of time remaining. We've still got a few more days of qualifiers to go, and then of course you have the division stages of season 4. Plenty of siege action coming, but before that, let's go into relive the moment to talk about the highlights of the match that we just had and the match that we just enjoyed. All things considered, a lengthy one, not exactly made any shorter by the rehost that we had in the middle, but excuse me out there. But all in all, it was a good game, and I have to say, looking back at these first few rounds for the side of Olympians especially, it was very much a comeback story for them. Just like I mentioned, it was an underdog story compared to where we had seen Deadeye come from, and that would certainly make things a whole lot more interesting. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it was most certainly quite the interesting game indeed, as I'm sure Baba will agree with me in this situation.
Absolutely, Jack. And talking about the first half, though, Deadeye was very keen in winning these rounds. In the first half itself, putting it 2-4, they even had the lead, and somehow they start to falter in their attack coordination in the second half. They were strong in round 7. Then in round 8, they had a little bit of problems here. We did get to see, Rux and Roxima Killer getting picked off quite early. I mean, the same thing can be said to Olympians Esports as well when they were on attack, where they were trying to contest, try to take out at least Nemesis or Scooby Rage. The man, the two players on the side of Olympian Esports when they were on defense, they were performing, I mean, they were really good when it comes to getting those kills. And then, yeah, we did get to see this the play where Scooby using the drone holes to eliminate 2 to 3 players from that actually, it was just 2 players right from that exact spot. And even with the post plant coming in, we did get to see some clutches from the teams. Most of the clutches that we did get to expect from Olympians was not on post plant, it was on the normal plant itself. And it did work out well for Olympian Esports to try to hold their ground, in which they did succeed 4 times in a row. That would put the match in overtime. Unfortunately, in the end, where second floor trophy was the side, Olympian Esports were the one on defense again. Side was on second floor trophy. Fortunately, with that early kill that Roximo Killer got right from the repelled in towards the windows of astronomy, they were in a very bad situation. With it, the attacker starts pushing in inch by inch and then gets the win, eliminating Olympian Esports out of this tournament.
All in all, a very good show from the side of Olympians, and I certainly would have been looking forward to seeing more from them had this not been the one and only elimination match they got to play in this season. Ladies and gentlemen, good teams will always be here in the qualifier stage, fighting against teams of similar, expertise and levels, as it were. And some teams will win, some teams will lose. At the end of the day, whichever team gets the win goes forward. And that is the way of the world. For the time being, we're just looking at these highlights. Olympians, once again, they made some good rotations, especially towards the late round, from Nemesis and Pikachu, holding as much as he could in certain situations where he kept getting kills because of his skill with guns or just his skill in general. That man is certainly quite the force to be reckoned with. Multiple kills, I think he's somewhere close to 20, similar to another player from yesterday going at 20 up as well. But all in all, Deadeye were the ones to win, and they were the ones to take it in their favor in the end. That's what really matters for both sides right now. Olympians, if they look back at this VOD, I certainly was impressed with their play, and I would certainly like to see more from them in the coming months, regardless of whatever tournament they may be playing in. And Deadeye, unfortunately, will still need to work on handling pressure, any kind of pressure. Even if it's the first kill going against them, if it's the man count not in their favor, no matter what it is, I would certainly like to see the side of Deadeye working on handling that kind of pressure going forward. But with all of that being said, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be it for the second day of qualifiers. From myself, Blackjack, my co-host Baba Gusta, and Armin Eisen, as we'll be back tomorrow with more qualifiers action, day 3, going live tomorrow. Stay tuned and good night.
We head for the sky, it's alright. Our wings wouldn't fly, it's alright. If we are crashing down again, pieces of love, it's alright. Scattered in mud, it's alright. You're giving me a lie again. And tell me what you want, this time I won't take it to the heart. Cause I know we won't make it out, I've heard it all before. Yeah, tell me what you want, let me hear that I'm the only one. You know that we won't make it out, we've heard it all before. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright, so let's move on. 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 We head for the sky, it's alright. Our wings wouldn't fly, it's alright. If we are crashing down again, pieces of love, it's alright. Scattered in mud, it's alright. You're giving me a lie again. And tell me what you want, this time I won't take it to the heart. Cause I know we won't make it out, I've heard it all before. Yeah, tell me what you want, let me hear that I'm the only one. You know that we won't make it out, we've heard it all before. It's alright. Hey, it's alright. It's alright, so let's move on. 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 Alright, so let's move on. We head for the sky, it's alright. Our wings wouldn't fly, it's alright. If we are crashing down again, pieces of love, it's alright. Scattered in mud, it's alright. You're giving me a lie again. And tell me what you want, this time I won't take it to